we would ask if there were more money in the city budget, which, believe you me, some of us may ask for, how would we like to allocate and prioritize it for the health and safety of all of our residents of the city? Thanks. I know that was a little long, but I think it needs a little discussion, especially from you.
Sure. So, I mean, at a very sort of theoretical level, I would look at funding the 10 essential public health services. That's what's the core of public health is. Specific line items, primary prevention. I think public health should be primary prevention, and unfortunately, we don't do enough of primary prevention overall, and it's not just a Hartford issue, it's public health just generally. But if I had extra money, what I would truly focus on would be ensuring that every family in the city that wanted a home visitor would have a home visitor. And that would basically mean increasing the number of community health workers and home visitors that the city has. That would be a way to address many of the primary prevention work that we'd want to do, as well as the social determinants of health work that we would want to do. The world has changed, and there used to be old-fashioned social workers that would connect people to the services that they needed and help them move up from one job to the next. We don't have that anymore, and our closest thing that we have are our community health workers and home visitors. So if I had extra money, that's where I would put money into.
Thank you. That's really all I had to ask, because I must say I have unlimited confidence in the ability of the staff to do their best for everyone's health and the environment and so on. So the particulars, I think, are shown in the way we have divisions and subdivisions and experts in the health department. So those are really, that was the main question I have as to how we focus now and in each year, and to address the health issues in an urban area like this one, which has basically low income and health indices that might not be as good as some other parts of the state. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Clark.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your presentation. Good evening. What's the health department's plan to aggressively tackle social determinants of health in our city?
So it's systems building, and that's what we've been focusing on. So in part of my presentation, I mentioned that we've raised close to $1 million that's coming into the city, and a lot of that work is focused on social determinants of health work. Our REACH grant is $792,000, and we're focusing on community clinical linkages. That means if someone goes to a doctor and they don't have heat, the doctor's not just sending them out with medicine for cold medicine, but actually helping to connect them to services that can get their heat turned back on. At that point, we hope that they can get connected to other services, and an example of that is our home visitation system. As you all may be aware or may not be aware, the state of Connecticut essentially reprocured its home visitation services. The city of Hartford had about 7 grantees for home visitation services, which in theory all worked together, but didn't really have a coordinated system to do our work. In the reprocurement process, I reached out to another table that was forming to submit an application, and we ended up submitting one application for the city of Hartford, and we're now in negotiations. And that, not just the city of Hartford, but also the larger area, because many of the organizations that we work with don't just serve the city, primarily the city, but also serve some other areas. So we are now in the process of creating a coordinated home visitation system in the city of Hartford, where a child, before they are born, when the mother is 3 months pregnant, through 5 years old, can have continuous home visitation services that meet their needs. That hasn't happened before. That's getting at social determinants of health. We're working with the family centers that are funded by Hartford, by the Hartford Foundation for Public Giving. We're working with the city. The city is a part of this through our maternal and infant outreach program and through our Healthy Start dollars. Hispanic Health Council, St. Francis, Hartford Hospital, Urban League will be leveraging their career development and job assistance programs. Catholic Charities, The Village, Family Life Education are all at the table. So all of us, for the first time, put in one application to be funded to actually create a coordinated system. And that's more of what needs to happen in the city. And I hope that that's what we're going towards and building. If we can get this right, I think people will have the confidence to do more of this in the future.
Thank you for that. Two things. What's your plan to address some of the trauma issues that our youth, and more so adults, but our youth, young adult population we're experiencing by way of violent crimes? And two, how is it that you're addressing health sanitation issues with our restaurants? Do you need more sanitation workers? Health sanitarian workers. Can you explain that?
Sure. So on the youth violence side, we work closely with the Department of Families, Children, Youth, and Recreation, and that work has gotten closer over the past year. Our goal is to work with them, and we're looking at some grants to address this issue and to work more closely together. So I think that's right now the way we're working. They tend to have the lead on that, but we're working closely with them on moving that forward. Sanitation workers, I think if I was to ask my division chief who's behind me, she'll say yes, absolutely, we'd want more. I will also say that it is challenging to find sanitarians. They have to have a lot of licenses and certifications, and that has been a role that's been where we always struggle to find. So we've been doing and trying some innovative things, and I'm hoping to have a cert list soon to fill some of those positions that are empty.
Since there's difficulty with that, and I do know some certain Hartford residents were health sanitarians before they retired or were laid off, is there a way, I'm not sure if you addressed this with HR, of trying to find a way to be a health sanitarian trainee?
Yes, and we post. Yes,
Okay.
Councilman Clark, we always post as both a trainee position and a sanitarian for exactly that reason, because we've been unable to, not all the time, but there have been times where we've posted for a sanitarian one in our parlance in the city and have been unable to find someone. So in this last go around, we posted both as a trainee and as a sanitarian one. If we get enough individuals on that first cert list, wonderful. If we don't, we have the trainee list immediately available. And we currently have one trainee right now that's working towards our certification.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So that we have, yeah.
Evening.
Good evening.
My apologies for my tardiness. If I ask a question, forgive me, that, that's already been answered. Just going back into the line items here, just out of curiosity, special supplies, INSECT, is that in insecticide or for 5,000? I'm just curious. Line item 561119.
So that line item is for our mosquito control program. Every year in the city, we do 2 applications of larvicide. So that partially funds our larvicide program. The other part of the funding, the total cost is approximately $13,000. The other part of that we fund through our per capita grant that we get from the state.
Okay, and then next line item, this one, is 590051, next page, page 35, for 19,180, payment to outside agencies. Who are these agencies?
So for some grants, we have to have matches. And if I'm remembering correctly, that should be a match to our home health care program. And then I know we also have funding that we're looking at our database system for environmental health. So I believe that might be a combination of both. So when we talk about payments in that particular case, we work with Hartford Home Health Care to partially fund our elderly home visitation program.
Okay, and then there's another line item right below that one, transfer to other funds, but it's not, I don't see where it's going to for $233,940. That's that line item 599200.
Sure. That is a grant to the Hispanic Health Council to implement our maternal and infant outreach program.
Okay.
And that was RFP'd, and I believe we may have to go back out to RFP, if not this year, the next year.
All right, and then now my next my next question, oh, by the way, thank you for handling 515 Franklin Avenue. They took care of it. I passed by today.
Oh, great.
Looks good.
Good.
All right. So now, as far as inspection now, as like I sent the other day, a complaint that I've been receiving. I saw it myself. It's a property with all this trash piled up like a mountain in the back. And we call you, you go out there, right? That's part of your roles. Now, is that only for single family and multifamily homes, or does that apply to other facilities like, let's say a facility belongs to MDC or the trash to energy plant? Do you also cover that when it comes to, trash that's piled up?
Liz, can you help me with that one?
Yeah, we know about the trash to energy plant, but
I can't,
Come to the
right.
thing.
I just want to make sure I understand your question. What do we cover? Is it
Yeah,
cover?
yes, okay, so I learned that if it's a multi or single-family home or a business and there's, a health issue in the rear or on the side, what have you, I can call the health department for that. Now, is that just to these properties, or does it expand to major corporations or like the trash to energy plant? That's one.
Yes, we've been,
MDC also has a lot of properties. That's another. So are you responsible in inspecting those properties as well?
if we receive the complaint, we'll probably go or try to get in touch with someone at the facility.
So it doesn't matter what size?
No, so I mean, if someone calls, yes, if there's trash piled up on the side of a school and we get a phone call, we would work with the Board of Ed to take care of that. If there was trash against another building or some sort of nuisance, yes, we would work with them and go out and do the inspection, yes.
Okay, and then do you also send out a report if it's requested?
A report of,
If I request an inspection? of
we
these
can
facilities?
if you were to request it, yes. We would have, we send out an inspector, they note the violations, and usually the first step is knocking on the person's door. If they don't get an answer, then we send a notice of violation detailing that. We can provide you with a copy of that if that was something you wanted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then now, my next question is for the rotor control.
Yes.
All right. Has the health department, have you reached out to any of the other utilities, including the municipality of MDC, for funding to help pay into a rodent control program?
So the short answer is no, but based on our last conversation, I'm drawing up some ideas that I will be asking to present to you, or to MDC, to have it presented to MDC. So yes, but
Okay.
currently no, but based on our last conversation, I'm working on that.
All right, and the reason why, as I explained to you before, and I'll mention it right now, is that we have so many, like Eversource, Frontier, they're always digging up the grounds. And the reason why I'm including MDC is because these rodents use the sewer system as their avenue to either relocate or travel throughout the city. And I think that's an important piece of trying
Absolutely.
to reduce the rodent issues, is because of that travel, the avenues that they have. And then now, food trucks. This Friday, I was out there midnight. It's the Wild Wild West. We're talking about Franklin Avenue and Weathersfield
Weathersfield.
Avenue is just ridiculous. What can we do to reduce that? Because I feel and it's unfortunate that the owners of these food trucks, although I think it's a great idea with the food trucks, having them out there, all right, it's unfortunate that they're bringing elements that's just not having the respect for the neighborhood. So what have we decided to do, or can we cut their license back to 10 o'clock until we can find a solution?
So we don't have a say over that. Eric Johnson and I have been having conversations about working together on this particular issue. We don't have control over the times that they operate. That is development services. However, both Liz and I have been discussing if we can amend our ordinance on the health side to give us the ability to pull licenses, food licenses, because that could be another sort of tool in the toolbox that we can use. I think sometimes many of the folks just view fines as a way of doing business. But if we pull your food license and we catch you out there selling, it's a bigger deal.
All right, how many departments are involved when it comes to the food truck
So development services, HHS, and police.
and police?
And sometimes even fire, depending on the setup of the food truck, the fire marshal.
Because the issue is it's just going to cost us that much more money when there's a situation we are, HPD or HFD has to go out there. So it's a major problem. And then my last question is the demographics of our employees.
Sure, have that for you. So 44% of our employees in HHS are Hartford residents. So that's there. And then when we're looking at race and ethnicity, more than 80% are people of color, African American, Hispanic, and Asian. And within the African American, we have West Indian, Africans, and Black Americans, and within the Hispanic, Colombians, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans.
Okay, and what's the percentage of Hispanics, Spanish speaking, and also other languages?
So Spanish speaking, probably half of us are Spanish speaking in terms of the Latinos in the department. So about 50% of us, I would say, are Spanish speaking. We also have many others in the department, though may not be entirely fluent in Spanish, have a pretty good understanding and can carry at least a basic conversation until they get to someone who's fluent in Spanish.
All right, and does that also include Bosnian, Croatian, different
No,
languages?
so for those instances, we use the language line. So if we run into that, there is the AT&T language line that we would use. That becomes a bigger issue for us in our WIC office, and they have use of the language line. But if any other time it comes up, we would use our language line. If current resources in the department don't exist, we go to the AT&T language line.
All right, and thank you for your service and your team. Every time I send an email or phone call, you guys always respond. I go out there, I check, and they're abiding to the codes. So thank you for that.
Thank you, we try.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to also, like Councilman Sanchez, ask you some questions about the line items on the on the budget that we've received. And I didn't quite understand, I know Council President also asked you this about the McKinney shelter, the women's shelter, and the no freeze. And I thought the answer was that you had broken this money apart from what had been a larger entry. Can you just walk me through that again?
So yes, a lot of that money was all sort of subsumed under the larger senior and community services. And in this, we did a technical correction to break it out so that it was clear where that money was going. Those programs have been pretty much going to the same contractors because they're the ones that respond to the RFP for many years. So we wanted to break it out so that it would be clear what we were funding.
So are you able to tell me which line item, like if I looked at FY 2019,
Yes?
so if I understand what you're saying, you're telling me that there's a line item in 2019 that included these numbers, and now you've broken them out for 2020.
Yes. So I'm trying to. 534098. Thank you. So it was all included under other technical and professional services, and then we've now pulled that out.
So other technical, so this is the line item that this year is 744,000?
Yes.
And so last year was 946, so it's about $200,000 difference. But these,
That doesn't, no, that's not right.
but these
That's not right.
McKinney and women's and no freeze, that's adding up to a $500,000.
Exactly. Those are all individual line items. So the larger,
Oh, yeah. No, we also broke out McKinney this year. Yes. And we added additional funding to it. Yeah, so,
So the larger number is the senior and community services that has a recommended budget of 2.962. And then all of those line items underneath which the councilman is referencing are their own individual lines that are adding up to that 2.962.
Yes.
So the 790,000 for other tech and professional services is in addition to the McKinney shelter, the women's shelter, and no free
Oh,
shelter.
I'm so sorry. Okay, so that line item is our senior centers. Sorry about that. So we fund the 2 senior centers, North End and South End, which are not broken out as line items. And then we also provide funding to the Hispanic Senior Center and to the Parkville Senior Center. Sorry, that's what that is. That's
The 790.
That's the rest of it, yes.
That is
yes,
the
ma'am, sorry.
that's
the remaining of that.
the centers.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, okay.
I was a little confused myself, but that's what that is. So those are all the senior center, Blue Hills, Catholic Charities, and Catholic Charities in Blue Hills, basically, and Parkville.
And which line is that?
So that's other tech and professional services,
Okay, got it.
534098.
All right, so that's the senior centers.
Yes.
And then 2 lines below that is transportation service?
Yes.
Is that Dial-A-Ride?
Yes.
Now, it looks like Dial-A-Ride year-to-date is very low. Is it just not been utilized much this year?
Well, we were delayed in getting some payments out. We were working with them through the contracting. So there have been a large amounts of money that probably went out after this was all done. We were working with Dial-A-Ride and DACO, the provider, to get a better understanding and a better budget from them to better estimate what we would need in the next year. It's been that particular line item in the past has gone over budget, and we were working to ensure that it didn't this year. So there has been more money that has gone out.
Okay,
And
then
they're on course to spend it all.
you do expect to spend it all?
Oh, yeah. It will be spent, for sure.
The line item above it, and I know you mentioned this in your remarks, this is the relocation expenses.
Yes.
So if I'm reading this correctly, do I understand that not only have you not spent money, but you've made money?
Well, we've recouped the money that we've
recouped
spent.
money.
Yes, and maybe not 100%, but larger amounts of it every year. So remember, relocation line item is a large line item because we don't know what to expect in any given year. So we put in that amount of money, and it's gone down from last year from the past fiscal year to this fiscal year because we're getting people in and out of the hotels more quickly, which has been helpful. Sometimes the owners themselves will take on that responsibility right away. So they'll put their credit card on for the motel room versus the city putting its credit card. So we like to keep it at that around that $800,000 mark because we feel that's probably the appropriate amount that we need for the program year to year. Again, 1 large fire or 2 large fires in 1 year could wipe that out for us.
So do you have the number for how much you have recouped in total this year?
That was $758,000. I had it.
That's great. I mean, compliments to you and the team. That's really remarkable.
And Corp Counsel, they are great assistance in getting liens placed, which has been quite helpful.
Okay, staffing. When I look at my budget book, it says that you have 64 current positions. How many vacancies do you have today?
Currently, we have about, I want to say, 14 to 15-ish vacancies. We do have a number of cert lists that we're expecting, so we're expecting that those vacancies will be filled.
But currently you have 14?
Yes,
About
and
14.
some of them are also for our new program that we have. So the REACH program in and of itself ended up bringing on an additional 5 FTEs into the department, and we moved some staff that were in other positions are moving into the new positions, so their positions will be open or are open currently because they've been moved into new positions.
All right, if I can, I want to just ask you a question or two about revenues. Looking at the revenues collected by the department, it looks to me like these revenues go up and go down year to year, and I'm looking particularly at the food licenses. And again, I may not be understanding this stuff, but it looks like the budget called for a revenue of about a little over 300,000. Year to date, it's only 94,000, but last year it was 440,000. So I'm wondering it seems like that's a pretty huge swing. Are you going to collect it all next month or something, or?
So most of the collections come in May and June because that's when we redo our licensing. So you're probably seeing some of that. Some of that also depends on the number of special events that are held, the number of the food trucks that might come online. So there is some variability in that. I was just looking at that today, and we're going to do a deeper analysis on why there's these big swings to determine what we can do better there. So we were literally just talking about that before we got here today. But some of that depends on that. I think the other thing that will affect us in the future is the new FDA food code. So currently we have a classification system that has 4 classifications. Those classifications are related to how many inspections a year, and based on how many inspections a year a food establishment has, we've put a fee to that. The FDA food code is sort of turning all of that on its head right now, and so we don't know what the impact exactly will be to the budget. We're playing with some numbers to determine a recommendation to the council about increasing those fees or changing those fees, because we will no longer be basing our inspections on the level of food service that they have, but rather the individuals that they're serving and the risk of those individuals. So I can give you an example. Our hospitals will now be is it class 3? Class 4. They were a 3, but now they'll be a 4 because they have a more vulnerable population. Our schools will go down. So there's a lot of variability that we're playing with and trying to determine what's the best recommendation to council for that. It's not affecting only us, it's affecting a great many other cities as well, larger cities. And then the other sort of variability that we're unsure of what will happen in the upcoming fiscal year is the state legislature passed a reciprocal itinerant vendor license, basically reciprocity across food trucks. So that means that a food truck that is licensed in West Hartford can come into Hartford without a license from the city of Hartford. That has not been the case in the past, but that law was passed in the last legislative session, unbeknownst to DPH, and so there's conversations to discuss what's going to happen. So that will likely bring an impact on our revenue as well.
Interesting. Thank you.
Minority Leader?
Thank you, and thank you for your great team and the amazing work that you always do for the city. So we really appreciate it. I may have missed this, so my apologies. But is there a quick summary in terms of the outcomes for the funds that had been generated from the relief efforts for the Puerto Rican families that arrived?
Sure. So overall, we've helped 9 families for a total of slightly over $15,000. I think 1 or 2 of those families came through the system twice. And we have 4 families that are pending, and so we expect anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000 more, depending on what the final needs of those families are. I explained earlier that we've been working closely with the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness because they have close to $500,000 that they need to spend before they lose it at the end of the fiscal year. Wow. So we're working very closely with them to do that. We also signed a contract, which I didn't mention, so this number will be actually more than that. We signed a contract with the Franciscan Center for Urban Ministry to provide short-term housing services for families that were placed but now are facing eviction. So they're getting some intensive case management work for the next 90 days to place them in a better situation.
Okay, thank you so much. The other question has to do with, and this may not actually, this may not be within the realm of the scope of work, but in terms of the trash to energy plant, are there any inspections through through the environmental inspectors in your department who go out and assess, say, the contamination or the pollution level or air monitoring, or is that specifically for the state, from the state?
That's a state function. What we are attempting to find funding for and we'll be putting in a grant for is to examine what the failure of that plant meant in terms of childhood asthma admissions, so that when the conversation reopens about or the conversation continues about what should happen to the Mira plant, that we have presented you all with some options and data that shows ideally how much better things are when it's closed. But our goal is to do a study on that, to use that as a natural experiment to provide you with the data that I know Councilman Sanchez has asked for in the past that we don't have, but we'd like to be able to do that because it's an opportunity to show the impact on our city.
And thank you again for your great work.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our time with you. I think just because we're running out of time, we're running over rather, I would just leave you with, if there's policy recommendations, for example, the food truck licensor issue that you mentioned and or others that council should consider to help you do your job better, but also for the benefit of the city of Hartford residents, please send those forward to us, as well as if there's, things in the budget that, are priority for you that didn't make it, please let us know what those are. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will move on and keep going. Next up, we have Family, Children, Youth, and Recreation. Kim Oliver.
Okay, and see, I'm thinking in a week and a half to have a meeting, so pretty much, I'm waiting to hear from the because we need for her to report this, she's on the community, and then sit everybody, at least 12 or 13 people at the table, and we're gonna be there too. Not on the speaker, I'm also, no, for the phone, okay, but I'm gonna make sure that it works for everybody, because I want everybody there. Okay, okay? Don't forget the 29th, like Memorial, yeah, I appreciate that, okay, thank you.
Okay, let's get started. Thank you for joining us. So you have the floor, Kim, to do your presentation. And then if there was advanced questions that we sent over, feel free to go right into those, and then we'll open it up for additional questions. Colleagues, we're starting. Excuse me, we're starting. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, council members, Hartford residents, city staff, and partners. On behalf of the Department of Families, Children, Youth, and Recreation, I am Kim Oliver, for those of you who don't know me, along with some of my staff here. It's Jane Kroll, Assistant Director for Young Children and Early Learning. Nancy Boone is here as well, Assistant Director for Youth Services. And somewhere along the way soon come in Trey Stewart, Assistant Director for Recreation. Thank you. So in our department, our focus is about ensuring the well-being success of all Hartford families. And we do this in multiple ways, but primarily 3 ways is early childhood education, workforce development, and recreation. And really the purpose of our work is about keeping our young people on track, and in some cases getting them on track. And we believe that the future of our city is dependent upon that. So we have to have our thriving kids and families in order to have a thriving city. Our department is made up in 3 divisions: early learning and young children, youth services, and recreation and family services. We have a total of 44 employees full-time. 11 of those employees are general fund, 33 are grant funded. What I'd like to note is with our seasonal employees, though, that list is about 150 employees that we expand to usually during the summertime. So our total head count for our department actually gets closer to 200 employees in total. So as we look at our highlights, going division by division, what I've prepared for you are some of our key outputs and outcomes. This is not encompassing everything, but I thought these were some numbers that may be of interest to you. So our preschool children and school readiness, 1,341. That's across 36 sites. We have oversight for school readiness for the entire city of Hartford. And our work is both inside the classroom and working with our partners outside of the classroom. We also own and operate 3 centers ourselves, where we have 144 toddlers and preschool children. That is at Asylum, Highland, and Metzner centers. As part of our work, we do a lot of coaching, and we do that across 82 classrooms, and our focus is always on improving quality of care for our kids. Our largest grants that we receive in our department is $13 million. That is from the Office of Early Childhood from the state for early childhood education work. And I also highlighted an additional $80,000, which is not as large, but very important in that it helps us to build the capacity of our family child care network. We have an existing network of about 50 or so providers who are home-based providers, and we've been able to provide them some additional services this year as a result of that grant. So some of our key outcomes, and these are outcomes I think are critically important that I like to highlight, is when we talk about readiness and making sure that our kids are ready for school. And we talk a lot about literacy and math, and that's something obviously very important in education. As you can see, 86% of our kids are on age level for language and literacy as a result of our efforts, 88% for math, and 86% for personal and social skills. These are really critical numbers. We are working hand in hand with our school system, both Hartford Public Schools and also CREC, and what we can do to smooth out the transition between pre-K to kindergarten, because we are losing some proficiency there, but our kids are starting in a really great place. Their numbers are not at 100%. We continue to work towards 100%, but we are very proud of these numbers. Also this year, as led by the mayor and superintendent, we really wanted to tackle chronic absenteeism. As many of you probably know, it's significant when you talk about preschool. Last year, we were at 50%, about 1 in 2 children who are chronically absent, and we utilize the calendar for Hartford Public Schools to do that comparison. Through some of the work that I noted here, we were able to get that down to 1 in 3. Now, is that perfect where we want to be? No, but that's some great progress. And part of that was really doing a better job of really communicating with our parents, having a better sense of why the kids weren't coming to school, and working through those issues with them at times. So we're really proud of that number, but we know we have a ways to go. So moving on to youth services, we did a survey of 1,147 7th to 12th grade students at Hartford Public Schools. And we learned a lot from this survey, specifically their attitudes towards substance use and abuse. And we were hoping that this survey would really inform us so that we could improve efficacy of both our funding as well as our programming. There's some really interesting information that came out of the survey. And while that survey can't tell us on the whole how all our children, of course, in Hartford are doing, but things like 2/3 of our kids feel safe in their neighborhoods, I think are numbers that's important for us to know. 90% of our kids are saying they feel safe in school. About half of our kids say they feel like they can depend on the adults in their school. We're seeing trends similar to what's across the country when it comes to e-cigarettes and things of that nature. But all in all, our kids are doing good, and we got those results and now are able to inform some of our other work. I also highlighted 222 justice-involved young people in Youth Service Corps. I have some more information about Youth Service Corps that I'll bring to you, but thought it was really important to highlight that there's some intentionality in terms of the targets for that program. 188 young people in our youth justice work, which covers the prevention, intervention, and reentry continuum for youth justice. We have contracts with several partners, including Artist Collective, Compass, Our Piece of the Pie, and YMCA. 136 young people as part of our JRB. We work with the Village for Families and Children with that work, and much of that work is about a restorative approach so that we can give opportunities for community diversion for young people who are arrested. We are looking at an opportunity to expand that to also non-arrest, so our children won't have to be arrested in the first place and actually have access to some of those opportunities. And then finally, we also have 123 young people that we are working with as part of a special project out of the Promise Zone with a concept of how could we improve our overall services to our young people in a very holistic way. Next slide. In our summer youth employment program, there were 888 young people in Hartford served this past summer. Also going on to Youth Service Corps again, there has been 750 young people served over the 3-year time period. I also have the third-year cohort numbers, which includes 198 young people this year. That program has exceeded our targets that we had in place for that program. Additionally, this year we have 48 habitually truant young people who have been referred for community supports. As a Youth Service Bureau, we are now required to do that. What we do is we work with the schools, Hartford Public Schools notably, but also it's important to recognize that any student who lives in Hartford, regardless of their district, they can actually be referred to Youth Service Bureau for supports. In our new program, the Rapid Response Program, we've already served 11 young people. That's a very new program. We just started that in February, and that's an immediate and coordinated response, and that's a partnership with several different organizations. In terms of our dollars to secure, some of the highlights is about $119,000 from the state for our Youth Services Bureau programs. $95,000 that we received as part of a grant from U.S. Department of Education. I mentioned earlier our support of 123 young people in the Promise Zone. And then about $9,000 from the state to do more capacity building and enhancement as it relates to youth services. As we look at our outcomes, some of these numbers will look similar, but I wanted to be able to share with you some of those percentages in terms of our outcomes. So when we look again at our youth justice programs, about 90% of our young people are demonstrating reduced engagement in physical violence and delinquency. Now, reduced is reduced. It doesn't mean everything goes away, but what it is that we are actually documenting where young people start, what we're planning in partnership with them as goals, and actually work with them to hopefully move the needle. That work is very intense work, so we're proud to have the 90%, but like anything else, we know that we always have more work to do because we want to make sure that our young people are not slipping and falling completely off. But we've had some success stories in being able to work with young people who sometimes need it more than one chance. For our JRB, 80% of our young people are enrolled in case management. So when they go through JRB, they have an option for case management services. They do have the right to say no, they're not interested, but 80% of them say they are interested. And I also think it's really important that 90% of them actually fulfill their contract. So they're through JRB, they're making a contract with community to do more of a healing-centered approach to restore, and 90% of them are fulfilling their contract. In our summer youth employment program, 85% of our young people are gaining workforce competencies. Again, we feel good about that number. We are continuing to work with Capital Workforce Partners and asking for us to even unpack that even more. So if we know certain young people need more help with communication per se, versus other young people may need help in terms of teamwork and team building, et cetera. So that's 85%. And Youth Service Corps, 100% of our young people have access to the youth development, work readiness, and academic support. That 100%, which I'm sure looks like a very unusual number, is because of how we define when a young person is served in Youth Service Corps. They are required to go through an orientation stage, to actually go through a 3-week program, going through life skills and workplace competencies. And once they earn at least $1, which again, they're required to do all of that work up front to even be placed at a service learning project, that is when we consider them to be served. So there are actually over 900 young people over the 3 years who at one point were enrolled, but over 750 of them that actually got through that first month and a half or so to actually get to a service learning project. So again, 198 at 100% this year. Also, 83% of them demonstrate positive behavior. Very similar to what we mentioned earlier, is that these young people actually create an individual service plan, and they work with their coach and identify things that they want to do and change they want to make happen. So their coach is able to work with them and actually track what they've done to be able to document and demonstrate a change in behavior. So moving on to recreation, over 35,000 visits by children and families to our Kevin L. Bell Playground program. That was across 13, or might have been 14 playgrounds this past summer. Over 10,000 meals served to our children during the summer. We worked really hard to make sure that the Hartford Public School schedule actually is our bookends for that program. Thank you. So that there's no week that passes where there's not a meal program available to young people in Hartford. Also, in addition to that, due to the generosity of the Hayes family, we were able to serve almost 2,000 meals during the December holiday break. That was a very successful program, and again, we were very thankful for the Hayes family to offer to support that. For our extended hours program, 478 young people participated last summer. 342 young people received swimming lessons. As you all know, swimming for our young people, especially young people of color, and them learning to swim in water safety is critical. The numbers in terms of accidental drownings are extremely high as compared to their white counterparts. So we take it very seriously. One of the things I'll note is that our most busiest pool, Colt Park Pool, was so busy this year that we actually had difficulty in doing the swimming lessons because we have family swim so often, because there were so many families coming to the pool. So we are still working this year to figure out how we can find the right time so it works with the community, because obviously if we have families coming to enjoy the park and the pool, we want them to be able to do that. So we are willing to be flexible, and we'll continue to figure that out. We had 170 youth attend monthly teen nights at Metzner Center. This is actually a number on the low end of the spectrum. Usually we have over 200 young people. We do that in partnership, and I can't think of our partner's name right now. Tia Miller, thank you. And it's been a very positive experience. The young people are on social media. They gather at Messner Center. We have parents who are very supportive, who chaperone the program, and it's been very positive, and the young people look forward to it. So we've been happy to partner with them. 140 of our young people were in a city-wide basketball league. You'll notice that the ages were 8 to 13, and that was very intentional on our part to make sure we're capturing our adolescents because we're noticing across our city that while we have a lot of good programs, some of our programs are focused on very young children, are focused on older children, and so we're trying to make sure we close that gap. 125 young children, or just children, attended our summer camp program. 26 new lifeguards trained and certified. That's our largest class for Hartford since 2010, and the largest class in the entire state of Connecticut. We received kudos at a statewide level. Oh, and 23 applied to be lifeguards with City of Hartford, so we're very pleased. Many of these are young people who were on swim teams who already had an interest. So to have some fresh, fresh blood and some young people in recreation and having that as a talent pipeline for us and our young people and our residents, we're very proud of it, and I'm very proud of our aquatics team for putting that together. 14 infants and their parents were taught swimming and water safety as part of our parent and infant swim program. This is a very high demand program. It's something that requires a certain number of lifeguards as well as a level of certification. We're very pleased to provide this, and I will acknowledge that we have a waiting list. If there are people who are still interested, we do invite them to register, but it's 8 infants at a time due to safety, but it's a wonderful program. Oh, I'm sorry, and we can extend to 12. Thank you, Troy. And also, we've received annually for the past handful of years support from the National Recreation and Parks Association with $20,000 grant. Last year it was with Hike It Out with Keeney Park, where the team, in addition to hiking, cleaned up the park and had like 30 trash bags worth of garbage that they picked up around the Keeney Park pond area. And so in terms of our key outcomes, we have about 185,000 visits to our recreation programs. We do believe our calculation here may be slightly off, and so this number is low. We do expect that by the end of the year, we'll be able to provide a final number, and it probably will be over 200,000 visits based on what we're seeing. I'm going to jump down for a moment. 96% user satisfaction with recreation services. We do a lot of surveys of our folks to understand what they're interested in, how are they having a good time. So that's at 96%. The numbers in the middle are really important, and they're introducing it really for the first time this year. What the recreation team was able to do was really think through what we wanted to do in terms of targeted work in addition to service population work. And what I mean by that is recreation, of course, is available to anyone. You walk in, no matter what age, physical ability, et cetera, it's available to you. But we thought we needed to do more work, strategic work and intentional work around 3 areas. We've already talked about aquatic skills. So we actually work with a lot of children, especially around water safety. And in fact, we were proud to have a program just this past Saturday in partnership with Sigma Gamma Rho, where we had Olympian Maritza McClendon, who won a silver medal at the Olympics, right in Parker Memorial, doing a swimming class and lessons with the kids. It was pretty awesome, and we're very pleased with it. And we're hoping to do more and more of this type of work. So again, a lot of that starting with just basic water safety and moving up. And anyone at any time could go into any of our pools, because we do get this question, and say if they want swimming lessons and they're interested, they can get them. Whether that means one-on-one classes, that's what we'll do. One of our youngest stars, Mackenzie, who is now a champion across the state, she learned to swim when she was 6 years old, right by your own Hartford Recreation Aquatics team. And now she's a state champion and on her way, hopefully, to the Olympics. So we're very pleased with that. In addition to that, I mentioned earlier our adolescents. We really gave ourselves a challenge, by the way, that we wanted to try to get as close to 1,000 in each one of these numbers. So the team worked really hard to say, how could we target our young people in this age range? And we've already been able to do 808, and I'm very proud of that. And then also, very importantly, our girls. We know that again, if you're anyone, you can come into our centers and receive support and services, but we had to acknowledge that we weren't doing a lot for our girls, and we needed to do a better job, and we would do one thing here, maybe one thing there, but now this is actually a strategy, and as you can see, we have 769 girls participating in our new and expanded programs. And I mentioned the aquatics event we just had this past weekend. That was focused on girls ages 9 to 16. So it was pretty great to see our young ladies in their bathing suits and their swimming caps and, getting it on. So it's pretty awesome. So as we move to our strategic initiatives, as we move forward, when it comes to early learning, we really want to continue to get to mission, and we want to improve early literacy across the city. We want to make sure that every child is ready for school. We're doing a lot to look at the results, provide coaching, and really trying to do it in a cohesive manner, knowing that it's not just about us here at City of Hartford, but really all of our partners across the city. When it comes to youth services, we're looking more and more at performance and analytics, and what we've learned is we've got to do more across our agencies in terms of collaboration and really be much more coordinated. And I think it's one of the reasons we've seen the early success that we have with our rapid response program as a result. And in the recreation, we're continuing really hard to work in collaboration with our partners because we want to promote and expand recreation. So one of the things you heard was that we did our citywide basketball league, and we did that in partnership with others versus just having our own program, because we want to make sure that we have all types of recreation services available to all children and really adults as well across the city. So as we do our budget comparison, what you'll notice is our general fund request a little under $3.4 million that was adopted for last year, almost the same this year. There's a slight change of $4,500. That changes as a result of union contract. In grants, $15 million from last year's adopted budget to a little over $16 million. That $1 million difference is something we're exploring right now with our child daycare contract. So we'll have that finalized as there's an opportunity for expansion. Child daycare contract is for our infants and toddlers, and we know that's services that a lot of our families are looking for, so we're exploring that right now. So as a result of that, we're moving from about $18.3 million as our total budget to $19.5 million as our budget. And finally, when you look at general funds, you'll notice, as usual, the bulk of the dollars come in youth services. That's primarily because of our investments in employment and justice programs for our young people, where we're putting that money out with our partners. Then you see in terms of recreation, a little over $1 million. A lot of that, again, we do our year-round programming, and we're continuing to expand our programming, but of course we peak in the summer, and I mentioned those 150 employees. And then early learning, you're seeing some smaller numbers because we do receive so much grant support, but we do have administrative services and monitoring and, again, capacity building efforts that we use that money for. And then finally, the administration dollars as well. So in terms of a couple of questions that were asked of us ahead of time, one was in regards to if we had like a recreation booklet or pamphlet. We are utilizing more and more MyRec. I believe that you received a binder. So we put things on MyRec at the really request and response from community that we received in partnership with Department of Public Works. And we've worked really hard to do that. What I will also acknowledge is that we have people of all different backgrounds and skill levels who obviously come to recreation. So for some people, they like having things available online. For others, they want to be able to go to the center and talk to our staff. So we are still doing things in multiple ways. We are also part of the One Hartford newsletter, and so you find information about our programming right now, our summer programming in that booklet, as well as we have our information in the booklet that Hartford Foundation puts out for summer programming. The second question that we had was in regards to our extended hours program for recreation this past year. I'll ask if we can go to our slide 19. I mentioned earlier that there were 478 young people. Give her a moment. 478 young people who participated in the program. The program, again, was Thursdays through Saturdays, 4 p.m. till midnight. One of the other things in terms of context for this program I think is important is that we got to this time of year, if not a little bit later, and that we needed to provide extended hours and quickly had to figure out what we were going to do. I asked the youth services team to really lead that last year because we were doing it on a very targeted purpose, which was to provide a safe place for young people, especially young people that we were concerned about may not have a place. So we had the 478. 95% made more than one visit. On average, we had 77 young people there for each one of the days. And food was provided throughout the entire summer. Transportation, we made available in the sense that we had permission slips, and we asked people to say, let us know, do you need help with transportation? No one identified transportation as an issue. So we did not formally provide transportation. In addition, the young people were surveyed. We had about 100 people respond to the survey, and more than 50% of them basically acknowledged they would not be at home at that time. They would have been out. Many of them said they would be with friends, but other ones were like, we'd be out somewhere in the park. I don't want to tell you. I would be sad, all these different things. So they were giving us that type of feedback. The programming primarily this past summer was focused on life skills. We partnered primarily with Compass and with our Piece of the Pie. So they did targeted work with our young people. In addition, we made our gym available, et cetera. So one of the things that we asked them as part of the survey is, what would you like us to do more next year when we have like more time to plan? And they've given us some of that feedback, and it varies. Some of it is physical activities, some of it is more interaction with their peer groups, some of it is like doing field trips, so it's all over the place. The other thing I'll acknowledge is we were going to midnight. Around 9 o'clock, it got really silent in our centers. A lot of our young people went home. So one of the things that we're looking at is this year to have the program again, but expand the number of days, but really stop around 9 o'clock. Because we would rather give them more opportunities to be in the recreation centers throughout the week versus just having it open and people not really taking advantage of it. Again, the food was important. We provided things like pizza and beef patties last year. We had some really great partnerships with the vendors doing so. We are looking at doing that again. We are also looking at how we can provide snacks so it's not always as expensive, especially if we expand the number of days that we're talking about throughout the summer. So the other thing too, similar to how we did our meals program where Hartford Public Schools was bookending the schedule, we did that also with extended hours. So extended hours wasn't just 6 weeks, it went throughout the entire summer. So we made sure that that was available. The other thing I want to note is you'll notice that it is in design phase. We're working with our partners right now, which includes PRAC. PRAC was in the design process last year. They were able to provide information. They were able to attend the centers. There were special presentations made to the team. We invited them specifically this year to provide us input and have been working with them. And we work with them in multiple ways, not just the obviously extended program, but in other ways as well. The other thing in the middle of the slide, you'll notice that year-round, we've also been doing extended work. We're open on additional holidays. We also did a pilot in the month of October around trying Sundays and seeing if people were interested. The answer was yes. I think the hours surprised us a little bit, like when people were interested. And the other thing is we also extended our closing times a few months, including the month that we're in right now. People are interested in staying at the rec later. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. Let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? No questions. No questions. Yes, thank you for that very thorough presentation, and very much appreciate the very data-driven, outcomes-based presentation. Really, really appreciate that. We don't oftentimes see what the inputs are and what the outputs and ultimate outcomes are of the work that we're doing. So I just have a couple of questions, because that was a very thorough presentation. What are the tracking mechanisms that you use to get the data, right? From just over 200,000 that you said you're estimating, people that participate in recreation programs, from increased aquatic skills. Like, I'm just trying to gauge what tools do you have to be measuring and tracking these things.
Okay, great. So one of the things that we're moving towards is using MyRec to do some of this work, because believe it or not, a lot of this is pencil and paper that the team has been doing over years. Now, some of this is requirements. So when I say that, we have to stay in compliance with knowing, like, for example, how many people are in our pools. That's a safety issue. We have to know that. We have to track it a certain way, and we keep logs. And we have boxes and boxes of documents of all of our interactions with our young people and older, maybe not so young people, that we keep. One of the things that we were looking at was moving this information into our ETO system previous to MyRec, because we wanted a more automated system. What we were dealing with in reality, and just being very transparent, was most of the recreation staff are delivering services. Prior to a few months ago, we really didn't have staff who were able to do the analytics piece of the work. So management, in addition to all of the other work they had to do, was also doing that. What we're excited about with MyRec is, because of the ability to have the rosters inside of the system, you're able to actually track in terms of activities across MyRec. We were actually just in conversations with Department of Public Works, because the licenses with DPW, MyRec is in partnership with them, to actually expand our account so that we're doing more of the analytics across a site and the platform. So right now we're doing a lot of spreadsheets. We're kind of in transition, doing a lot of spreadsheets. Like I said, a lot of our stuff is in compliance. Our mill program, there's state requirements around the way we track, and we follow those tracking mechanisms. But I'll give you an example for, like, the aquatic skill set, and perhaps I may hand it over to Troy, is that we assess every single young person to see what their swimming level is, and maybe from 1 to 4. And we work with them. We initially have that baseline assessment, and so if they're at a 1, we're slowly, obviously, trying to make our way up to them at least being a high 2 or 3. That information is tracked for every single child that we work with.
Thank you. So on the chronic absenteeism work that you've been doing, I'm just curious, what were some of the reasons that, because you said you tracked the reasons for why parents and caregivers weren't getting their kids to preschool. So I'm just curious, what were some of those reasons?
Medical, a lot of them were saying they were sick or the parent was sick as number one reasons. The other thing that we saw, and I'll let Jane give some additional reasons, was that some of them initially were unknowns. We had this huge category of unknowns, and we had to ask our partners and our staff to work really closely with our parents to actually better understand what was going on, and if the answer was unknown, that wasn't good enough. So we actually put a lot of effort behind that, but that was one of some of the main reasons. But Jane?
Yeah, I think that one of the things we discovered in this initiative was that our providers that we subcontract with were not really engaging families to understand the reasons why children were absent. And so by having those conversations with parents, we discovered that the unknowns dropped drastically, and what came to fruition was that child illnesses became the major number one reason for children being absent.
Wow, okay. That's interesting. That has a whole nother set of like questions related to health determinants, and is it asthma, like just one understanding what the medical, because that's a lot, right? If you're surveying people and 50% said it's due to medical reasons, like that's a lot for children, whether it's, and I'm assuming it was for children and not the adults. Or was it a combination of both?
It's a combination.
It's mostly
Yeah.
children. Okay, that's, wow, okay. That's helpful information. And we should be tracking that information to inform the work. My next question is more related to the budget. How many seasonal, because I see like in the recommended budget, you have, I think like 863,000 for seasonal employees. So like how many employees does that represent that you would have? And I'm assuming that's lifeguards,
Yeah.
temporary rec assistants or what have you. How many
It's
bodies is that?
approximately 150. Yeah, or so that stay on the roster. The majority of them are aquatics. Our aquatics roster is the largest part of our roster. With the number of hours that we do across the number of pools we have, that's one of the reasons for that. Without going into, I could go into a lot of detail about it, but without going into a lot of detail, so 100 of them are about aquatics, and about the other 50 would be rec assistants, junior rec leaders, et cetera.
Okay. Are we going to be able to continue the Rising Sophomore Internship Program this year?
Yes, that's already planned. Nancy Boone is already working on that.
Great. Questions, Councilman Sanchez?
Good
Let me
evening.
put on my mic. So I'm looking at the, well, let me just start with the MyRec. MyRec, M-Y-R-E-C?
Correct, yes.
Okay. MyRec, so I'm looking at the line item here, software support services at 30,000. Is that what it's for? Is for the MyRec system?
No, that's for our efforts to outcomes program. So what was Hartford Connects? Many of you might know under Hartford Connects. MyRec, the license is actually under Department of Public Works. We do it in partnership with them. So we actually don't pay out of our department for it. But what I will acknowledge is we've worked really hard on our side with the support of DPW to really get the word out there. So there's a slide where I speak to, there's about 567 or so registrations. So when we have fairs, et cetera, we'll have tables for people to sign up. Those are not individuals, though, because when you sign up as a family, that's one registration. So what we are doing, I mentioned earlier that there's an opportunity to do more analytics with MyRec, and so we've requested that through DPW. But yes, that's regarding our efforts to outcomes. So efforts to outcomes platform includes the data for a juvenile review board, also for Compass in terms of peace builders. So just give you more of our youth services work where we're going individual by individual.
All right, and then there's this MyRec software program. is it networked with the other departments so that the data is shared and that it's not redundant when there's a need to look into a child's, you know,
So
well-being
I'm going to answer that two ways, and then you'll tell me if I'm answering your question, right? So the first thing is my rec, because it's a partnership with DPW, it is just for the city of Hartford. So if somebody has a registration in there, they don't have to register again with DPW. So then you could see how that person or their families interacted with City of Hartford in those forms. In terms of the youth services side, where we talk about the efforts to outcomes, so say a young person is with the Juvenile Review Board, we actually right now, while we have partnership, for example, like Health and Human Services has a door, if you will, way, or like a portal into the system. I'm actually working with Director Arroyo on how we can do more to merge our data across, including our early childhood education data, because our vision is actually we would be able to see from birth all the way up to 25, which I know this is a big vision, but we would be able to see how we've interacted with them, and they've reached hopefully key milestones, development milestones on the way. So especially because Health and Human Services and our department have very common goals. We are actually right now intentionally working on that together.
All right, so that's for the city. That's for the health
Yes.
department, okay. So is it safe to say that nonprofit organizations that also services our youth does not have access to this network so that they can feed us their data and so that we can understand how are they servicing our children?
So what I would say is it's not exactly accurate. So some of our providers do have direct access inside of our data, but we're also working on what is the Hartford Data Collaborative. I didn't go into that in detail this year. With some additional support from Hartford Foundation, we're putting more in a governance structure so that we can share data across citywide. And that actually started as part of some of our work here at the city. So the work around the Promise Zone young people, 123 or so, the concept was how could providers see the work that each other was doing, and how could we, if we noticed there was a gap in services for a young person, so for example, they're interested in employment, that we could make sure there was a referral across to other providers outside of the city of Hartford. So that actually is what that pilot is, and from that idea has sparked the Hartford Data Collaborative, and so now, like I said, we're getting some support in governance, because of course, as soon as you go beyond our walls, other issues around privacy, what data should be shared, who gets access, who doesn't, all of that becomes a big deal. So we're working with them and a consultant they brought in who's done a lot of work around this in Charlotte. And that's in collaborations with like Hartford Public Schools, several of our service providers, and some of our higher ed institutions as well.
Okay. And then I just want to move on your presentation. For the Promise Zone, you received $95,008 for the youths for youths who are disconnected. So that's definitely for the Promise Zone, specified for the Promise Zone, correct? Mm-hmm. Do we have or do we receive fundings for similar situations for children in the other parts of Hartford?
So what we've done in our city is actually the funding went to one of our other partners. We're doing work around Frog Hollow, South Green, and part of Berry Square, around also kind of a place-based initiative. That funding came through from the Boston Fed as part of the Work City, and we actually intentionally said we do have work that's happening in North Hartford, so how could we have some work happening in another part of the city? So the idea, what we're really hoping is that we're able to scale from these places. So I mentioned that even with the Promise Zone work, we sparked the idea that now it's going across the city. So we're really hoping to do that in several places. So What Works City is almost an example of that. But those dollars did not come to us because a partner was a better fit to act as a lead and fiscal agent, and so they're receiving those funds.
Okay, thank you. And then now I just want to ask a question on line item on page 13. line item 590051, payments to outside agencies, 1.5. So where's that going to?
The $1.5 million goes to several of our partners. They go through open procurement process. The large chunk of it is going to Capital Workforce Partners as part of summer youth employment, but that's also where our Youth Justice Initiative contractors come out of. So that is Artist Collective, Compass, our piece of the pie. Also for our youth ambassador, that's YMCA.
And my last question. What I noticed is there's no line item for any amount planned here in the budget for Batterson Park. So what's going on with Batterson Park? Is it going to be serviced as we service our swimming pools?
So Batterson Park, as it relates to our department, is usually about Batterson Beach and the pavilion. At this point, we haven't been able to get to a net neutral. When I did the calculations, and admittedly it was last year, it cost us somewhere around like $50,000 at least to really do any services there. Part of that's kind of like lakefront, is a different type in terms of aquatics. Additionally, there has been some damage to the buildings that would be in addition to that cost that DPW is working on doing the estimation for the repairs. So because we weren't able to get that to net neutral, the Batterson Park will be closed this year.
This summer?
Yes.
And now, don't we have, isn't Avon, the town of Avon, using Batterson Park, paying $2,000 a year? I mean, it's just $2,000 versus $50, I understand that. But can we engage with Farmington, New Britain, and Avon, those other towns who I'm sure would love to use that beach, and see if they can put in or at least help out with the funding?
I think so. What I will acknowledge is that's under the purview of parks. We are the beach and the pavilion. But what I would love to be able to do, if we could get over our cost issue, which obviously we have some other priorities right now, I would love more Hartford residents to be able to take advantage of the space if possible. But
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Deutsch?
Thank you. Here, I'll just cut to one of the areas that I think is often neglected, where you mentioned a few times the area of youth justice, meaning primarily adolescents and primarily men, some women, of course. And so you mentioned, like on pages 6, 7, and 8, issues of justice-involved youth and juvenile review board and so on. And I don't expect you to be able to say very much about involvement in those areas, because sometimes when they get into the legal system, or the so-called legal system, and they don't have adequate public defenders and defense, they're out of our sight because they're locked up somewhere in Cheshire or elsewhere. So do we have any way other than trying to prevent that justice involvement in the first place, whether violent or nonviolent, or any follow-through, anything like a case management, where if they go into the jail, the joint, and they're just separated from their families for sometimes many more years than are justified by the legal system. Is there any involvement that we have once they're out of the city and incarcerated that we can follow through, even support for the families?
Yes. One of the things that we worked really hard at establishing this past year was the Behind the Walls program. And so that's a pre-release program. So that's a young person who is under age 25. So they may be in the adult side of the system. But we actually had a contract, and our contract with our piece of the pie is for a navigator that actually goes into the facility. We're doing this in partnership with Department of Corrections so that they can have a smoother transition home. And things and supports vary from them having a care package for just like hygiene products, to actually being connected to employment programs for skill building, other types of supports. It's varies in terms of what that individual needs. Sometimes that's mental health services. Many times it's housing services. So we are working with them because we do believe it's critically important for their transition home to be smooth, because if not, it opens up, unfortunately, a window of opportunity for them to perhaps return and unfortunately end up being reengaged in the justice system. So we're doing that work in terms of the pre-release work. Also, I'm the co-chair for the Racial and Ethnic Diversity Committee for the Hartford, for City of Hartford, and I do that in partnership with Martha Stone for Centers for Child Advocacy. And that is the Disproportionate Minority Contact team, and that's part of really the work to close the gap in terms of disparities. So we go through data that's happening in Hartford and in the region. We compare that up against other regions, seeing where we stand. We look at national work and trends and opportunities. There have been some changes that have made some policy and practice, more practice changes, but things like the JRB program, our team from the village is there participating. Hartford Police Department participates. We're trying to approach our youth justice work more comprehensively, so we're not just in one place. The Behind the Walls was a space where we felt that we weren't seeing a lot of folks there in terms of that transition work. What would happen is they wait for people to get home and then perhaps get settled before an outreach would happen. So we are doing a few different things, trying to work on that, but we were just we're part of a conversation and a meeting last month where we were talking about the importance of youth justice and justice reform and other things we can do and what some of the other cities are doing. I think the rapid response work is really critical because the foundation of that work is actually the team of people who are around the table to work together. And what I learned at that national meeting was that Hartford is somewhat ahead of other cities. We were actually in Philadelphia, and they were just beginning, trying to come together, and all the pieces weren't there. I mentioned Department of Corrections earlier. They're sitting at the table. CSSD is at the table. DCF is at the table. So from state to local, our partners and police, we're really trying to do a more comprehensive view. So at that table, and also the red table, we literally look at different opportunities. So for example, if we're seeing trends in our schools, as you guys know, suspensions can lead to the prison pipeline. We work on those issues as well. So we're definitely aware of the need and trying to address it and making sure that we're providing supports to others, because sometimes our role is better served that way, where we can have a provider who can do some really good reentry services and supports. And in other times, it's helping to convene the table, quite honestly.
Yeah. And so, for instance, so you mentioned, for instance, Artists Collective in here as one affiliation or something. Is that the kind of cultural function, especially with excellence in music and so on, that they have provided, that also would be part of the picture either before they get into
That's
that
correct.
justice trouble,
Yep.
or if and when they return shortly and build on those skills? Is that one of the...
Yes, it is. These, for the contract with us, there's specifically do the early prevention work. As many of you may know, the connection to the performing arts and justice work that's been done in terms of both prevention and intervention. And we've been really pleased. So the idea is they identify young people who, again, may be on the cusp of things and really, though, are extremely talented young people and need a place to be able to focus some of that energy and get some of that adult support. And so that's what the contract with Artists Collective does.
Thank you so much.
Minority Leader, and that's the last question.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the very thorough presentation and report. I just have one question. In reference to the MyRecs and wanting to make sure that, you know, through your department, you're getting the word out to as many different folks in the community and through different outlets. I was just curious to see if there had been like a letter that had been sent out to all of our schools in the Hartford Public School System to just inform parents of this switchover.
So we're actually, so your direct answer is no, not yet. We're actually working with the school system right now on a special summer program, but what that's done is, in partnership with the superintendent and her team, is how we can provide these different supports. So we're doing it in two ways. One is through the program that they're leading over there in terms of the Summer Bridge and partnering with other providers, and we're actually working to, as the convener in this case, and helping with the coordination with family engagement work to hopefully get those young people, those rising ninth graders, engaged in that program. And so trying to make sure they're aware of the various programs, not just our recreation programs, but others as well. We also, through our summer camp program in particular, working on some literacy work. What I will say is more of trying to help to slow the summer learning loss, more so than I would say building literacy, but it's more about how we engage through that and partnering with them on that. So what I would say is, in terms of a broad distribution, not yet. We've been doing things that are more targeted, but we do feel like there's additional opportunity. The other thing I'll acknowledge is there's a new partnership we have with them that Troy Stewart has been working on with in terms of their food and nutrition services. So this meals program that we've had for a few years now here at the city, will now be doing it in partnership with Hartford Public Schools. And for the first time, we'll be able to provide some hot meals as part of our services. So we're doing more to partner with them. I think we could probably do more in terms of how we distribute some of our flyers. As you guys can see, there's a number of things. And also helping to direct more people to MyRec. But we are doing a lot of partnership work with them right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate all the great work that you're doing, and we'll look forward to continuing to engage you as we go through this process. I think, again, one of the last two questions I want to leave you with, and you can follow up if there are policy recommendations that would help to help you do your job more effectively and or benefiting the City of Hartford residents. Please forward those to us. And then if there are, you know, priorities that didn't make the list in this budget that we should be aware of and consider, please send those our way as well. So again, thank you for coming out, and thank you for the thorough presentation and the data. We really, really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And so with that, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We're behind schedule, but we need to take a break. So apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Okay, so welcome back. Thank you for being here, Bridget and team. I almost didn't recognize you. You dyed your hair. Thumbs up. But again, thank you for being here. You'll have, a chance to do your presentation, and there was some advanced questions that were sent over, and I think it's just important to be reminded that a lot of the questions that we send in advance have been asked to us through many of our constituents as well. So once you're done with your presentation, you can go right into those questions if you have prepared responses, and then any additional questions, open it up to the floor. So you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President and members of the City Council, for the opportunity to come and speak with you tonight. I am Bridget Quincari. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Hartford Public Library, and with me is our Customer Experience Officer, Letitia Cotto, and our Budget Director, Carl Fisher. Greg Davis, our Board President, had planned to be here and present also, but unfortunately with the change in schedule, we had been originally slated to go a little earlier, and he has a work event this evening, so he shares his apologies that he's not able to be here. But sends his thanks and appreciation for the support that the council provides to the library. Our service philosophy, our guiding philosophy, is that literacy is a basic human right, and that we as a public library, as a public institution, offer support and services for all of our residents and visitors of Hartford to support lifelong learning and education, as well as social and civic engagement. Public libraries are very important for the valuable reinforcement of formal learning, and that's for both school-aged children in the classroom as well as adults. And the public libraries offer free resources, services, and programs that teach, enrich, and inform. So we are about 3/4 of the way of our strategic plan. And one of the major things in our plan was to enhance programming and services in our neighborhood locations. We heard loud and clear that our residents, the people in our communities, wanted us to bring more services to all of our locations, but particularly in our neighborhoods. And Letty's going to detail specific things that are going on in our branches, but I wanted to let you know some updates that have happened in the last year with our service, our new service model, as well as some new things that we have introduced system-wide, and some expanded services and programs. One of the things we're really proud that we have been able to launch this year is the Boundless Library at Rawson. As you remember, what our pledge was to the council and to the city was in all of those neighborhoods and communities that were impacted by the service reductions, that we pledged to make sure that we upheld and expanded services in other ways to those communities. And we've been working very closely in our Boundless program with the Hartford Public Schools for a number of years. And this Boundless at Rawson is a model that doesn't exist, as far as we can tell, anywhere else. What this is that the Hartford Public Library has hired a school media specialist, a trained teacher, and that staff person, her name is Sarah, and she's absolutely awesome, is embedded, located, and working from the Rawson School, the school library, the media center in Rawson School. That school has not had a media specialist in a number of years, and the library was in complete disarray. The teachers used it, the students used it, but the materials were old and dated, and we went in with volunteers, with library resources, and help from the school, of course, and really renovated that library, and now we have services there for students, for teachers, and for parents, and we are also open 2 days a week for the community. The library is providing the service with private funds, with donated funds, and we are hiring the staff, we are providing the collections, much of the equipment. What the Hartford Public Schools is doing is providing the space, and they are also providing security guards for us to be able to be open during those public hours. As you know, access in and out of schools is important to maintain security, and we are working closely with the schools to evaluate. We're only a few months into this program, but it's something that seems to be working really well, and we're looking to evaluate the impact that it has on learning goals. So that one is something we're really very proud of. We've expanded outreach, as was our pledge, to the city and the community through our community collections, which are embedded collections of materials that people can take home. And we refresh those on a regular basis, and those are throughout the city. We've recently launched Pop-Up Library, and this is a pilot project. It's 3 locations, so we can try it out, so that people that are waiting in spaces can have access to our digital collections through their phone, and it's super easy. They don't need a library card, they don't need a special app, they don't need passwords, they don't need authentication. They're just in a location, they find it as a Wi-Fi hotspot in that location, open it up in a browser, and boom, they start reading. And it's a pretty amazing tool. We have launched that at the Bergdorf Health Clinic in the Blue Hills area neighborhood. We have also put it at Union Station, and then we've got one in the kitchen at the downtown library, and that is really so that we can test it ourselves and see how it's working, and hopefully, if all goes well, and it seems to be, it's only in, 2 weeks that we've had this, we would look to expand that to different areas in the community. Our Library on Wheels, we have had additional capacity and funding to provide another driver, so that we will be expanding the sites that the Library on Wheels visits. There is a new Saturday Academy at West Middle School. That's the location that had formerly housed the branch. As part of the middle school, we now offer the Saturday Academy, offering classes, Spanish language learning, computer classes, and other classes and learning opportunities in that location. Saturdays are great because that's when people can get there and they can park. So that's been a wonderful partnership. We expanded and added a U Media Center at the Albany Library. The one downtown has been in operation for a number of years, and with as many kids that come through that Albany Library every day, we knew that they would love to have a U Media there. And we're also offering College Now tours for our U Media students, and that's a way to show our students what's possible, what's here in our area for continuing education, to introduce them to campuses, and to show them what is here for them for the next stage in their lives. More recently, we have added a direct 211 access at the downtown library, and that is in a location where people can use a real phone, not a mobile phone. It's for folks that don't have access to a phone and need a private place to talk on 211 and actually take some time to do the intake process. The feedback we were hearing is that that was really a need. There is one here at City Hall, but it's being used, and so there was a need for us to provide expand, and we have done that, and we are seeing that used regularly. And we have also added case management services. That's something, if you keep up at all on trends in public libraries, particularly those that serve urban environments, many libraries are offering case management and social work services in their locations, and that is something that we have started to do at downtown Barber and Park Street. So now Letty's going to talk a little bit about some of the things that are happening on the front lines in our branch neighborhood locations.
So good evening, and thank you all for your time. In line with our strategic plan, as Bridget said, we are 3/4 of the way into it, and at the Barber branch, part of our strategic plan, we did say that we would expand services that were at the central library citywide into the rest of our branches, and you're going to see examples of this throughout the next 2 slides. At the Barber branch, we are providing the Serve Safe Food Handler Training sessions, which is an 8-week program that gives participants the opportunity to connect with an internship leading to a job in the food service industry. And this is a partnership also that exists with the Hartford Public Schools. So it's happening every Monday and Wednesday night at the Barber branch, and it's exciting to be there and see the number of people coming to that location, frequenting that neighborhood. for this particular service. We've also been able to add an additional evening because of this service at that branch to support the learning part that happens through the internet with this training. At the Campfield branch, one of the big things that is happening is that we've been able to refine the infrastructure of library services and support that HPL provides the Hartford schools through Boundless, with a menu of STEM programming for teachers to select from. Teachers in classrooms have access to portable STEM kits, resources, and materials for programming that can fit into a class period. And examples of this are the Makey programming, Scratch, Ozabots, and Wigglebots. And this all has to do with developing little machines and anything that has to do with STEM. And in addition to that infrastructure and support services, we also provide professional development on how to use these materials in classroom settings with the curriculum that teachers have and how to program around them. STEM programming also continues at the Rockins branch with opportunities to expose teens to coding through Scratch, which is a free online platform to put coding into action, and also the use of virtual reality technology. It's something that we continue to do with teens in that branch, and they get very excited when we pull out the VR sets. At the Park branch, one of the things that we've recognized is because we have a lot of young families coming into that branch, a lot of moms with their children, a lot of the programming is happening with partnerships with the Hispanic Health Council and other service providers in the neighborhood. And this has resulted in developing a group called Mujeres Empoderadas, which is and it's actually just continued to develop, where the mothers come into the space and through guided conversation and facilitated conversation with the Hispanic Health Council, they provide support to each other. And aligned with that is the parenting program called Peces, which also helps the families and the mothers look at other ways to do parenting. At the Albany branch, which is one of the branches that is always very busy, we are very excited to partner with the West Indian Foundation and Violet Haldane. She is an amazing resident of the North End of Hartford, and she supports that branch tremendously through her resources with the West Indian Foundation. And they provide they assist with programming through a program called Advocacy to Legacy, where they meet with teens, and they've done programming such as mock elections, signing of the Tobacco 21 proclamation with the mayor that also happened. And one of the big things that they do also on Fridays is every Friday they are bringing food into that branch to feed the number of teens and children that are in that location, and they're just so committed to that, and we love it. Google also, one of the exciting things that happened at Branch was Grow with Google. They brought in a full day worth of workshops for lessons to business owners, nonprofit groups, and individuals wanting to reach more customers. A good story with this one, we have a Hartford resident by the name of Chakai Duwani. She attended one of the Grow with Google sessions on how to promote the business, and her business or her blog, Forever My Hair, on hair care and hair products, and learned a lot and is using what she learned to promote that business. Another example of expanding resources system-wide from downtown into the branches can be seen with the use of our Hartford History Center resources at the Dwight branch and the Albany branch. At the Albany branch, we have done talks with the book Breaking Barriers, created by the Aetna. And at the Dwight branch, the Hip Hop in Hartford exhibition, which featured photographs, flyers, newspaper articles, and footage from Hartford's early hip hop scene. And This particular program brought in a lot of people, over 60 people to the Dwight branch that normally do not frequent that location. And it was also very popular because people were able to connect to the stories, connect to the narrative, and connect to the images that were brought from the Hartford History Center outside into the city. The exhibit sparked memories from visitors and library users of their own engagement with the culture from the time period, or excited them to learn more about the history.
Thank you, Letty. And we even had breakdancing demonstrations. There was somebody doing it on that floor, which we were amazed by. It was very cool. Downtown and system-wide, again, we have just amazing resources at the Hartford History Center, and they often forge relationships with other organizations to bring together really important exhibits and program series. And one example is one that we just had called States of Incarceration. So if you had been at the library, the downtown library, you would see that the atrium was filled with an exhibit, and that's an exhibit that is nationwide, and it has been to many cities and sparks all sorts of conversations about incarceration and the state of, the state of the justice system in our country. Piggybacking on that, on our art walk, we had an exhibit from the prison arts prison arts program, and that, again, lots of opportunities to have discussions about that, and we also had a stage reading of Conviction. So I think one of our most important roles as a cultural institution is to foster discussions. At the opening of the incarceration exhibit, we had former Governor Malloy and Kathy Malloy, who are in front lines of this issue. So it's something that we're going to continue to do, is have and foster discussions about issues that face, that are important to us as a community and important for people to have a place to discuss. Some of the more, kind of behind-the-scenes administrative things, we are converting from a security strip and an electronic security strip and barcode system to an RFID system, which will make the processing and handling and inventorying of materials much better, and it is the state-of-the-art and best practice for libraries. So that transformation and conversion is underway. All of our branches, I think, are done. Maybe Albany's got a few left. Albany's almost done, and downtown is almost done, and you will start to see the equipment being put in the weeks coming. And this is an effort to make service better and to enhance the services of our staff. It is in no way, replacing the service of our staff. Our staff is so vibrant and essential to the services that we provide, but the RFID will enable people to do self-checkout and to look at their accounts from the floor in an easy way. We implemented a fine fee policy for children's materials. Across the country, libraries are realizing that fines are disproportionately impact the access for people who can't afford to pay them. So we have taken the first step and eliminated fines for children's materials. That doesn't mean that if a book is lost that, there's no responsibility to replace that item. They are. But if, somebody keeps a book a little bit longer or forgets to return it, there's no penalty there as long as the book comes back to us in a reasonable amount of time. And piggybacking with that, with our new integrated library system, we converted to a new software handling system for that as well. We can do automatic renewals. So if somebody's got it, not only will they not be fined if it's children's materials, but even if it's an adult material and nobody else is waiting for it, there's an automatic renewal 2 times so that they are extended the use of those materials. So we're trying to eliminate barriers and make it easier for people to read and to keep materials. As Letty mentioned too, we have expanded through the American Place access to training and workforce readiness and career services through our ServSafe certification programs, our Guard Card program, and our personal care attendant. That's one that we're just introducing now. So people can come in, and this serves everybody. It serves immigrants, it serves who are Hartford residents, as well as people that have lived in our community for years or are new to our community. Anybody can take advantage of these programs. We have amazing partnerships, and this year was no different. Judy Dworin staged a uniquely choreographed dance that was inspired by the library, and she staged that at the downtown library. They were working on that for months, and now it is actually on the road. Hartford Stage, that program continues, free tickets for Hartford residents to every single show that the Hartford Stage produces, and those free tickets are available at every single library in the city. And Connecticut Workforce Partners, of course, we still have the American Job Center and services there. We introduced the Library of Things, so you can come in and check out a fishing pole or a baking dish or a sewing machine. Those have been huge. Didn't we have to get more? Yeah, people love sewing machines. Who would have think? That's been a fantastic thing. So we're looking to continually expand the Library of Things because it's fun and people love it. We're very proud of the awards. Just a sampling of ones that we have received. The Urban Libraries Council gave us the Top Innovator Award for our Career Pathways Initiative, our Serve Safe program this year. We're very proud of our team that put that offers that program for us. The Connecticut League of History Organizations, we got 2 awards just recently at their most recent annual. We were the only organization that got 2 awards, which is fabulous. We've got one for the hip hop program that Letty mentioned, and also one for our book that was produced by Wesleyan Press and written by Nancy Finley with the Hartford Library about Albert Weinberg. Nancy Cadigan, who many of you know and we all love, was honored by the Connecticut Refugee and Immigrant Coalition, and I can't think of anybody more deserving than Nancy. She's just fabulous. Elizabeth Davis, who has been a fixture at the library for 34 years, was honored by the Connecticut Library Association with the Sports Staff of the Year at their most recent conference in 2019. And Marie Jerry, who is our head of public service, got named to the Council of Literacy Champions. So we just have an amazing team, and I'm so proud of the work they do. Just to mention another fiscal year 20, or 2 more fiscal year 20 initiatives. This I did mention last year, it's the Crossroads to Connectivity, but we are in implementation. And you might recall that there's a 2-phased project for this, and this is administered and run by the American Place. And what this program is funded by the Hartford Foundation for Public Giving. We are lending devices, laptops, and mobile Wi-Fi devices to adults in the community. They have to meet an income threshold, and they also have to be enrolled in some kind of educational or training program. And the goal is to provide them with access because they don't have broadband at home, either because they can't afford it or because it's not available in their community, and then help them with the device as well as with any access that they need to help complete their coursework. So our first cohorts have their devices, and we are adding another cohort. We will also be introducing TV white space technology. This is the super Wi-Fi, if you remember I talked about that. So those places in our community where there isn't robust access, we will be testing a community Wi-Fi project that will provide free access to robust broadband services for parts of our community in fiscal year 20. We're excited about that. And the last thing I want to mention before we get on to the budget is we're selected as one of 10 organizations by the Hartford Foundation for Public Giving to participate in their Social Enterprise Accelerator program, which is all focused on creating new alternative or new added revenue sources for nonprofits. And the project that we have and are in the process of planning and creating is called the Digital Library Lab at Hartford Public Library. We are experts in digitization, photo imaging, scanning, and metadata, which is the cataloging, essentially. And librarians are really good at this, and archivists. So we are going to be working with municipalities. We've been talking with the town and city clerk, John Bizzano, as well as other communities, as well as cultural organizations, about using the library's expertise to generate revenue from providing this service to other organizations and to other towns and municipalities. So we will not only scan an image, they'll be very high quality. We will add search capability, because that's the thing. I mean, you probably have 1,000 pictures on your phone, right, or on your computer. Can you search them? No. Could you bring out all the pictures of, New Year's Day or a birthday or Mother's Day? No, you can't, because they're not tagged. or if they are, I'm really impressed, and you're a librarian. So that's the kind of work that we're talking about doing, one-stop imaging, archiving, and photography services. And I mention that because it's a really cool thing, and it shows, I think, our commitment to ensuring that we're out there looking for ways to support the operations of the library to complement and enhance the service that we get, the support that we get from the city. And we're always looking for new opportunities to do that. So budget-wise, we are essentially, as was our pledge to the council and to the city, level funded. The only increase is to cover the increased pension obligation, but otherwise the funding request is level. And we will be able to maintain services with this level of funding. Where does all of that go? 69% goes directly into public service. That's our front line. Keep the doors open, keeps the lights on, buys the books, hires the staff. That's where it all goes. And the rest of it, as you can see how that's broken down. Facilities is important because we got to keep those buildings clean. We've got to keep them updated. We've got to keep them maintained. And that's an important part of our stewardship of city resources, is to make sure we care for our facilities. And you can see where the rest of the work, the administration, HR and business development, that's our fundraising arm, communications, and IT. We have been very well supported by the city over the years. You can see there was the blip in fiscal year 16-17 when the city was going through a really difficult time. And that's, when we started having conversations about how is the library going to be sustainable, and we came up with our new model. Thankfully, the city has been able to come back and restore funding to us, and we're very thankful for that. But you can see over the years how city funding and HPL funding, the library has taken on more and more responsibility for trying to raise additional revenue to support to complement and support the funding that we receive from the city. And that's why the percentage of city funding has continued to decrease, because the library has been better and better about fundraising. And then just a few comparatives. We like to brag a little bit. We have wonderful peer libraries across the state, and I will just sing the praises of New Haven Free Public Library, which just did win the national medal from the Institute of Museum and Library Services, and so kudos to New Haven. I will also mention that we're not in the running because we're not eligible, because HOMA, NAFSI, actually sits on the board of the Institute of Museum and Library Services. So, and that's a wonderful thing, and that really is a feather in our cap to know that she is on that national board, and she was appointed by President Obama. But that means we're not eligible for an award until until HOMA completes her service. But as soon as she is, our application will go in. But we're thrilled for New Haven. But if we're just even based on these two measures, we got New Haven. So just a number of visits per capita. This actually translates into about 830,000 visits a year into our locations. And you can see our program attendance is just off the charts, and that's because not only do a lot of people come to our programs, but we offer a lot of programs. I mean, sometimes there's like 20, 30 programs a day. Every single hour we're open at all of our locations. We're just a really dynamic place for people to come in for programs. And then quarterly visits, I thought you might like to see this. This is a comparison of just the third quarter visits between fiscal year 18 and fiscal year 19. You can see in our most current quarter, and that's the bottom chart, is that our visits is actually up. So even though we have fewer locations, we're having more people come through the doors. And I think that that's a really important, honestly, we were surprised, pleasantly surprised, but surprised that happened so quickly. But that means that, people are really using our libraries and taking advantages of the services that we provide. And then finally, I just want to remind everybody that we are transparent. We provide all of our information about our financials, our budget, our audits. In fact, our most recent 990s and our most recent audit from Bloom Shapiro is up on our website. Our annual reports are up there. The Connecticut State Library does comparison reports. That's where we get these statistics. You can access all of those reports that compares different libraries across the state. We have spending information. You can go on Checkbook Hartford and look at the library and see everything we spend money on. We put job announcements on our websites, and we have all information about our board of directors. So if you're ever interested in stuff, you can contact me. I mean, we certainly don't have to wait for a city council hearing or presentation to ask questions. We're always happy to answer questions about library operations, or if you have constituents that ask questions, please send them to us. We will provide them with whatever information they're looking for. So we received 13 questions ahead of time. I actually got these Monday evening at 5 and then another set yesterday, so I will do my very best to answer these. Some of these will require some time to compile, so I will provide written responses as soon as we possibly can compile all the information. Okay, the first question it says, with 3 branches closed, where are the entry-level jobs for our city veterans? I don't fully understand how that kind of goes together. However, if I just focus on the entry-level jobs, we welcome veterans. We have veterans on staff. It's wonderful when we can employ a veteran. As far as entry-level jobs, all of our jobs are posted not only on our website, but on a number of different job postings, including some of the national ones like Career Builder, Indeed, but we do local ones as well. We also go through the ct.gov, we go through CRAC, we put them on, Connecticut listservs. So we do really strive to get a broad and diverse pool of applicants for all of our positions, and would welcome more suggestions if there are some, from constituents or from the council as far as where to post that. I did talk to our director of HR. We're going to start, we've been putting them on Facebook, but it seemed like it was a little sporadic. We're going to make a better effort to put them on Facebook and to get them on LinkedIn so that they are available through social media as well. Second question, why has the library absorbed the federally funded American Place? So I just want to clarify something. The American Place is not federally funded. The American Place has been part of the Hartford Public Library for probably 25 years. I think it actually started with funding from a local source, Hartford Foundation, and has been part of the library's operation for decades. We do receive some federal funding for some of those programs, and in fact, some of that funding, unfortunately, the funding from USCIS, from Immigration Services, has been cut. And those programs are in jeopardy. We are continuing to fund them right now through other grants that have some flexibility, but I think, we certainly feel that there's no more important time for us to be providing these services. And what that funding had provided was legal services for people that want to become citizens and that have questions about their immigration status. And we are facing a challenge right now whether or not we can continue that. For people that do have the means, we are starting to charge for some of those services. For people that have no means, we continue to offer those for free. But we are facing having to scale that back. That is not in the operating budget. That is grant funded. The American Place is a broad umbrella. Yes, we serve immigrants. Yes, we serve refugees, and that's an incredibly important service. There's nowhere else in our community that does that the way that we do. But the American Place also serves, everybody, every resident. And those immigrants are also Hartford residents, and they want to become citizens. So we feel really strongly that the services that we do provide through the American Place that are in the operating budget, although a lot of them are actually grant funded through a really complex way of putting together grant funding, are some of the most important things that we do. And we are committed to continuing to serve immigrants and refugees and the entire community through those services. How are HPL resources being used to support literacy in the neighborhoods that libraries were closed? I hope through my presentation you actually saw that we are providing literacy services, robust literacy services in those communities through outreach, through the Rawson Library. In addition, I will mention the Goodwin Library is now being run by CoLab, and it's called the Free Center, and it's a wonderful place. They have a little free library. They have a collection of materials inside the library. They are a community gathering place. In fact, there's a public hearing that's being held there in the coming weeks. So we are investing heavily in the outreach and services that are being provided to support literacy in those neighborhoods. What transportation provisions have been made to transport children from one neighborhood to another where the library is? We did have conversations with CT Transit. Unfortunately, there are no options for us to be able to provide that unless we pay for passes. CT Transit was willing to help us do public information as far as how to use the transportation system, but short of dedicated resources to provide our own shuttle service between the libraries, there really is no public transportation option to transport students or anybody from one library to the other. However, as you can see from the gate counts, people are finding us. So, we do provide some passes, some bus passes to students when they are having transportation issues. So on a case-to-case basis, especially with our teen services, that is something that we can provide. And we work with Janice Castle, who is pretty awesome, about helping us navigate that and provide transportation when we need to. How have the library checked in with neighborhood residents to see the void that shutting the library caused and how they can support those gaps in services to residents? So part of our strategic plan was really focused on closing those gaps. We knew there would be gaps. And so between being very intentional about the kind of group that we wanted to have in the Goodwin Library, CoLab is awesome at community service. They are working really closely with the NRZ, and that was intentional. We wanted a group in there that wanted to be a community, service organization. We worked very closely with Blue Hill Civic on the planning for the Rawson Library, and in fact, Victoria Fennell spoke at the ribbon cutting about how excited they were. I know the community really would like to see expanded access for the community in hours, and we would love to see that too. But this is a partnership with Hartford Public Schools, and we have to work with them to also have them be able to provide those resources. So that's an ongoing discussion. But we did work closely with Blue Hill Civics in that. And then with the middle school, with West Middle, work with the Asylum Hill Neighborhood Association, work with the principal, we met with HARC. So there have been a lot of conversations in those communities about how we can best support and expand services there, and continue to do that. Number 6, why aren't the virtual library placements being prioritized in neighborhoods where libraries were closed? They are. In fact, there's 3 that we're piloting right now. One of them went to Blue Hills, so that we are doing. The next 3 questions were very specific as far as detailed information of finance and salary and staffing information. So 7 was, what were the donations, expenses, and net income from the past 3 annual fundraising events? How was the money allocated and spent? That is something we need a little bit more time to prepare and put together, and we will follow up with that as soon as we can put that together. Number 8, 10 highest paid HPL positions with titles, names, and salaries, lowest full-time, and overall HPL average salary figures. Again, we just need some time to pull all that information together and put it in, a report for you. What were recent 2 to 3 years unionized positions, titles, work tasks which have been eliminated or reformulated or retitled for those tasks as news positions, union or non-union? Again, that's going to take us some time to figure out what those positions were, how they've been retitled, if they've been retitled, and putting that together. So we will get that to you as soon as we can. Number 10, when closing 4 neighborhood branch libraries, and it should be noted we closed 3, would it have been helpful to notify neighboring residents and NRZs of newly created alternatives opening and functioning for continuity of library services without interruption? It's a difficult question to answer. The process of making that decision to consolidate libraries was probably the most difficult one of the most difficult one I've had in my career, and I know the board agonized on that, and we had I think Greg has reported we had 20 to 30 meetings with community residents about those closings. And when we were going through the strategic plan, we did have four alternatives. Before the final decision was made as how to consolidate the system, there were four alternatives that were presented. So I think, that we did do that as part of the process of deciding what the new service model was going to be. 11, when will there be expansion of branch hours at Rawson? And when at Mark Twain, West Middle, and Ropkin Sand? Feedback is that parents are not able to take full advantage of library due to the fact that most are just getting off work at the times the library's open in the evening on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and that refers to Rawson. And I agree, we would like to expand hours there for the public. And again, that's a conversation because that security and those security guard services are being provided by the school, and without that, the school doesn't feel comfortable with us opening to the public. So they've been great to work with, and we are in conversations with them about how we can do that. I mean, they have to evaluate all their resources just like we do, and we're also talking about how we're going to make that space available in the summer, which is huge and awesome because that doesn't happen in school libraries, and it's going to happen at Rawson, so we're pretty excited about that. We have no plans right now to expand at the West Middle beyond Saturday Academy. It's been wonderful. There are challenges during the week because of parking and access to the school, so right now the Saturday Academy is what we plan to be offering at West Middle. And Ropkin Sand will continue to have the same schedule. In the summer, we do adjust hours because we provide summer meals in all of our locations. And last summer, we changed the hours at Sand Ropkins to make sure that we were open during that lunch period so students could get lunch at that location. 12, how can signage and publicity be improved? In order for the library to be better utilized, the community has to know where it is. We need good signage to encourage usage. I am open to suggestions. So that, if people have great suggestions for signage, that's wonderful. I know the front of the Hartford, of the downtown library, we definitely could use some signage because right now it only lights out up at night. So we're looking at that. But as far as the other locations, if somebody's got a good suggestion, we're open to it. And then this also says consideration of a mobile app. We do have a mobile app. So go on your Android or your iPhone and download the Hartford Public Library app. We're there. What are employment opportunities from within the community where branches are located? Posting job announcements on HPL website is fine, but we need to get a wider pool of candidates and we'd like to see greater diversity. So as I mentioned, we post in a lot of different places, and I would also like to say that, we do get a diverse pool of applicants, and we get Hartford residents, which is wonderful, and we want to continue to encourage that. I think posting on Facebook will help us reach our local community, which is wonderful, and the suggestion here was to pursue collaborative relationships with community-based organizations. I mean, we can ask Hartford 2000, we can ask other community groups to post our posting. That's fabulous. I mean, for us, the more applicants we have or the more potential candidates, the better. I will say too, because I think this leads right into what the diversity of our workforce looks like. So as far as gender, we're 65% female. As far as ethnicity, we are 66% non-white. Residency for Hartford is 41%. Are Hartford residents. And for personnel status, we've got about 59% is full-time and part-time is 41%. So I think that answers all the questions.
Thank you. I'll open it up for additional questions. Councilman Sanchez.
Good evening, how are you?
Thank you. Good.
I hope.
All my words
Thank
are
you for your
good.
presentation.
Sure.
My first question, UConn. Last year, they contributed $800,000, correct?
No. About 140, 150,000. 140,000.
145, I'm not sure why I thought it was 800, but.
That would be great. If you can get
Yeah,
them
I
to
know.
do that, we would be really happy.
All right. So they contributed 140,000. So what are they doing, what are they contributing this year?
So they've signed a 15-year lease with the city and the library, and every year there's an escalation. So that contract I'd be happy to share with you if you're interested in seeing it, and it shows every year what their escalation will be. So it's about 3%, I want to say. 2.5% each year.
Okay, all right. And then as far as summer and after-school employment, part-time employment for our students, does that still exist?
We do have summer youth. I'm going to let Letty talk about that.
So through our teen services and U Media, we partner with OPP, and also we serve as a site, a summer employment site, and we get a lot of teens in the building and throughout the system actually with jobs, working throughout the summer. Right now, during the school year, we have a few interns that are paid through OPP at Hartford Public Library that we find opportunities for them to be able to grow. And I do have to share this. One of the young ladies is a young adult from the Frog Hollow neighborhood that we've also seen grow up, supported her mom and her sisters, and now we're supporting her through this opportunity as well.
All right, so are all the interns, are they all Hartford residents?
Can you repeat that?
The interns, are they Hartford residents?
Yes, they're Hartford residents.
Okay, and then so how many positions do we have for summer jobs and after-school work?
I think that, so last year we had, I think it was close to 40 teens that came to HPL through different organizations. And this year we don't know how many yet. But those teens worked at Central, and we also were able to place them throughout at all the rest of the branches.
Thank you. And so I'm moving on to the next question. How many, what's the total employees that HPL has?
116 active employees.
116? Mm-hmm. And out of the 116, how many are union and how many are non-union?
It's about 50-50 split, so there's 51 non-union and 50 union.
51 non?
51%.
Oh, 51%.
So it's essentially half union, half non-union.
And what's the demographics?
Well, I shared that there's
I'm sorry,
66% of our workforce is non-white.
And you had the, are they Hartford resident? I don't remember hearing that.
Hartford residents, 42% of our workforce are Hartford residents.
Now, can you provide us, because I noticed there's really no line items in here for us to know where the money is being spent, what we at least give. And I'd like to know what's the expense per branch. And also, extended hours, does that exist at the Parkville and Campfield site?
When we redid the service model, and we can do breakdowns by branch for you, we'd be happy to provide that.
Okay.
When we changed the service model, Park Street is one of the locations that does have evening hours as well as Saturday hours. Campfield is not a Saturday location, but Park is.
Will Campfield become a part of the program? As far as
Right now, there's no plans. There's really no capacity to add another day of service in any of our locations. So the Saturday locations right now are Albany, Park, and downtown.
All right, now Campfield is the only library in the south of Park Street, correct? It's the only library that I
Well,
can
Dwight,
recall.
yeah, Dwight is west, but
So,
yes.
right, so let's say it's northeast, I'm sorry, southeast. So there's no other branch in that area that serves the entire, basically southeast, southwest. When can we implement a program for that neighborhood, for both?
So the Campfield Library and the Park Street Library do serve that community as well as downtown. So the services that are at at Campfield right now are robust and well used, but we don't really have the capacity at the moment with level funding to expand services beyond what we've reported that we've done. The hours seem to be working as far as the evenings that we're open at Campfield. They do have evening hours, and we have expanded programming there for after school and and other services there. We actually just at Campfield, they had their floor replaced. I don't know if you remember when you last time you visited, but we were able to get donated material from a vendor to replace the entire floor at Campfield. So we are making investments in Campfield. We also have done a lot of kind of internal moving things around and getting some new furniture, trading things in. So it really feels like a completely refreshed branch, and it is well used, but at this point we don't have plans to expand hours there.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Rosado?
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Just piggyback on what Majority Leader Sanchez said, asked the question on the demographics. So you said that, what percentage are you referred to non-white?
So the breakdown is white is 34%, Hispanic is 33%, blacks 24%, Asians 5%, and other is 4%.
Okay. And so my other question is, going back to Campfield Avenue and Dwight, now that the summer's coming and the Goodwin branch, right, that got closed, what has to happen so that they could have a summer program or Saturdays open?
At which locations? At Campfield?
At Campfield.
There would need to be more resources so that we could have staff there. I mean, essentially, it's a funding source. It's a funding resource. So in order to open more hours, we have to have more staff and more capacity to be able to open those hours.
Thank you.
Councilman Deutsch?
Thank you. I want to say first in confirmation of your statement that when I woke up this morning, peculiarly I went on the HPL website and found for today 24 events throughout the library system, mostly downtown and a few in other branches, and it was quite an impressive number and variety of things offered in that one date.
That's a slow day, I think.
One question brought up by the question just raised is Councilman Sanchez asked about the fraction of union membership, and you said it's about half and half. What was it in years prior to that?
Without looking, I can't speak to that off the top of my head. Sorry.
It predates you. Okay. I mean, some people have asked that, and by the way, I should say, from my knowledge, many of the questions were just cut and pasted from those that were sent in. They may have said to some of us, just please ask this, and so, with technology now, you just cut and paste and put it on a page, and that's why probably there are that many. And it's good to answer those people who asked in when there's response in writing, of course, and we could send it back out to those who were wondering.
Yep.
One question, I thought it was on here from someone, is that if the hours of some branches are, let's say, 3 to 6 p.m. or up until 6 p.m., what would be the provision for, let's say, parents or of children or individuals who would like to use the service into 8 or 9 p.m.? Is there a future for something like that?
I would love to be able to open more hours. And I think, evening hours are really important for families. And there's a lot of, two-parent working families, single-parent families, and, not being open late is a challenge. Actually, I think not being open weekends is more of a challenge. Those libraries that we are open in the evening, to be quite frank, because we can look minute by minute now as far as what our gate count is, the evenings are not particularly well used. So when you look at the bulk of where our visits come, it's usually mornings and early afternoons and kind of late afternoons. But for the people that use that location at that time, it's really, really critical for them, right? Because that may be the only time they can get to the library, which is why we have prioritized making sure that all of our branches have at least one or they have 2 nights, 2 late nights until 8 o'clock, so that there is that level of access. I would love to think of a future where we could be open more hours. In fact, the libraries that are open 9 to 9 every day and open Saturdays and Sundays, that's service. I would love to get there. It's not because it's not something I want to do. It's a resource issue. It truly is. And the more hours you have, think about it, the more, we have 114 staff members. And a lot of those are, a lot of those positions are in maintenance and security. So when you think about the number of people that are actually available to staff and are skilled to staff the branch libraries in downtown, it's not a huge pool. And when you have to spread those over 2 shifts and also give them meal breaks and other breaks and then account for their vacations and their jury duty and their sick time, it becomes a real challenge to have enough people in the branch to be able to serve all of those hours. So staffing is a complex process. And as I said, I would love to get to a place in our future where we can expand hours, but serving them through part-time staff and with volunteers is not a viable option. You need skilled people in those locations who know what they're doing, who can really serve the public, because people that come in at all hours of the library, they're asking complex questions. They need help on the computers. They need help finding resources. They need help with job applications. They need bilingual staff. They need counseling for where to find resources through the other organizations that serve Hartford. So this is not just open the doors and keep the lights on. Our staff is really skilled and they know what they're doing. So it's not a simple solution to just say, open the doors, because when people come in, they expect a level of quality service that we pride ourselves on providing.
Right, very good.
And that's why we need the resources if we're going to expand services.
Okay, so now also on page 3, you mentioned case management services, which is interesting. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure.
And especially if that applies, let's say, to ex-offenders or people who need some legal advice. Can they either be referred to books or to videos or to expert legal services, either online or otherwise? People who are coming for real help in their legal situation.
Yeah, for the legal resources, that is not something we provide. Obviously, we're not lawyers, but we do make referrals. We make referrals to legal aid. We make referrals to QUELF. And in fact, both of those institutions do come to the library and have people at the libraries that are available at different times during the week. So they set up appointments for people to be able to access those services. And absolutely, there's wonderful online resources for legal information. We refer them if we know what their issues are. If they're immigration issues, sometimes we can handle that because we actually do have attorneys on staff to handle those questions. But other ones we refer out to partners in the organization or help people find resources.
Did you say you do or you don't have attorneys on staff?
For immigration, we do.
Oh, immigration.
That's what was funded by the federal funding that unfortunately has ended. And we're looking for new resources, looking for new funding to continue that. But as far as the case management, Letty can talk to that.
So with the case management is, let me give you an example of when Bridget talks about the services that library staff provides. We've been collecting data in a different way in the past couple of years, which is instead of reporting the number of reference questions we've answered, we're looking at what are those reference questions that we're answering. So we identify the needs that are walking through the door. And one of the things that we saw is that in a lot of our branches, we have people coming in with, for example, SNAP redetermination applications, right? To complete those applications. And it's not that if the application is in Spanish or English, it's not that they don't understand the application, it's more so trying to navigate the system, right? So that's one example of the case management that we then partnered with a community-based organization that has the expertise in that area to be able to provide that service. Because what we find in library world is that there's a lot of time there's a connection and a line between social work and library, right? Library services. So we've tried to figure out ways to be more creative in understanding that the needs are walking through the door, and where do we then partner with organizations that have the specialty to provide those services in addition to then what we do. And that's where the case management services come in. And we have CRT coming to our branches 1 day out of the week, 2 separate locations. And we also have Journey Home at the downtown library 1 day out of the week, doing case management services for people, teens or young adults experiencing homelessness. And the case management services are intake services for people needing basic needs like housing, food, clothing. Again, the SNAP redetermination applications, which is, we always get people coming in and saying, I need help with this, I have questions about this. So more in-depth service than just saying, oh, call your case manager at the state, right? So that's where that comes in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we are a little over, and I know we have to get to the next, the Board of Education, but I just have a couple questions. Do you have a question? Oh, you have one question as well. So first and foremost, thank you for your work, particularly with getting the partnership with the Hartford Public Schools and Rawson Library. I know that took a lot of diligence and persistence, but I think by and large the community is very happy that we were able to pull that off and get a pilot going. I think now it's a matter of how can we, get usage out of it to ensure that residents are aware of the opportunity and that they're using it, and then tracking how we can really scale up and extend hours. And I'm looking forward to the summer because school is out of session, and be able to get more hours there and kind of test the usage and participation as well. So thank you for that partnership and that work. Second question, I know when you kind of did the whole consolidation plan and closure plan, there was on the plan strategy was the notion that at some point you would be wanting to build a new Barber Street branch. Is that still in the strategy? Where, from a timing perspective, is that? Can you share any update or insight on that?
Absolutely. So what we're putting together actually for our next board meeting is a capital plan, a comprehensive capital plan. In the strategic plan, there were priorities that included a new Barber Street branch, an expanded or new Campfield branch, and an expanded or expanded Albany branch. So those locations that we know are not the right size for the community, that really need enhanced floor space and technology space and all the kinds of things to be able to do the programming that we want to. So yes, those are still high priority. So we're once we've got that capital plan set, then we've got that and we can start shopping that around. And we will be continue to talk to our elected officials about getting that on the radar for planning in the future for state and other funds that are available, and then thinking about how else we're going to find resources. The state library does have a program for public library construction, so each project is eligible for, at this point, it's up to $1 million per project, so we would certainly look to secure those, and then start planning for where we may find a space for the Barber Library in the North End, because right now, without the board voting on it, I can't tell you that that's the highest priority, but it has been the top, because the Barber Library is very busy, and it is woefully inadequate in its current location.
Okay. Thank you for that update. My last question is really around, you mentioned how New Haven got the National Medal of Honor for library excellence, and I think, one of the main features of kind of what stood out was the work that they're doing around inclusive entrepreneurship and utilizing particularly their downtown main branch as a space for entrepreneurs and community entrepreneurs to really get access to certain skills and services to help start and scale businesses, if you will. And so, that's a national kind of trend in a lot of states and communities as, technology advances, everything is kind of going digital. Libraries, are having their own financial challenges with the space and physical facilities that they have and how can they get creative. Like people are building out maker spaces, co-working spaces within their libraries. So I'm just, wondering like what is the thought process and strategy at the Hartford Public Library around thinking about libraries and spaces in different ways than just, educational, what have you, but really being able to have an economic benefit to the community.
I'm so glad you asked that question. New Haven is incredibly impressive for their new entrepreneurship space. But one of the things I forgot to mention about the Digital Library Lab at Hartford Public Library is that's a huge component of it, is as a social enterprise, that is going to be a job training and workforce development opportunity for primarily our opportunity youth. So we do have a maker space at downtown, but it is targeted at teens. That's U Media. That is a maker space. But we want teens to be able to continue to leverage those skills and their interests and put it actually to use in something where they can, learn a skill and a trade that is going to be marketable in all sorts of different environments. So that space, that digital library lab, we envision that being on the ground floor of the downtown library. Right now it's just storage space. And that would be equipped with, photo imaging equipment, scanners, really high-end equipment. And we would be using the youth and other people that are engaged in a lot of the programs, the American Place, that are interested in learning skills, so that we will be using that as an economic incubator and job training lab, as well as the digitization lab, so that we are reinforcing those skills and also hopefully getting people to the place where they can take those skills on the road. So.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Just a comment. I can't tell you how impressed I am by the attendance numbers. By my math, that's an 11% increase in attendance library overall year over year. I also, I'm just incredibly proud of your graph. We're clearly a leader throughout the state in library usage. And visits, but I want to say that the real measure of your success is that tonight I heard you get a compliment from Councilman Deutsch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then that drops the mic for the evening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation. We look forward to continue to work with you throughout this process, and we look forward to getting the feedback with additional questions as well. Thank you.
I'm gonna leave you. Yeah. We gotta go back, so he's gotta get her back. Where you gonna go, buddy? Yeah. Hi, thank you for your kind words. We appreciate it.
I couldn't resist. Thank you.
So much. Really appreciate it.
No, it's a great operation.
Yeah, we try.
Yeah, always has been.
Hey, I don't get a hug. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, how are you, Jeff? Okay.
Let's move down to the shop.
Not much.
Okay, we're going to get started because we are already running behind. So if everyone can take their seats, please. Thank you, Superintendent, and your team for being here this evening. Apologies for our delay on timing. So, you, I believe, have a presentation. I'm not sure if there was advanced questions that were sent over. If there was, after your presentation, you can go right into those if you are prepared to answer them. And from there, if there's any additional questions, we'll engage in a Q&A. So, without further ado, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm actually going to frame the presentation, given that this year we undertook a new budget process, how we develop the process, and then an actual new budget framework. And so I'll spend some, maybe 5 minutes just to kind of frame that for us, given that some of our viewers might be interested in that as well. And so how we went into the budget process, of course, was grounded in our strategic operating plan and our priorities around teaching and learning, family and community partnerships, culture and climate, and of course, operational effectiveness, which is the reason why we developed a new budget formula and process. And with regard to ensuring that we achieve operational effectiveness, we wanted to establish transparency in our budgeting and staffing processes by documenting and communicating timelines, staffing ratios and formulas, and other factors that affect resource allocation to our schools. We wanted to make sure that there was a very intentional alignment of district budget to our district priorities. And of course, we also wanted to increase the satisfaction among our school leaders, given that they had given us a lot of feedback. And we made sure that we engaged not only our school leadership, but our parents and our board in the development of this new budget process. And I wanted to highlight here for you what the themes were that emerged when we engaged in our feedback loops with our different constituents. You know, people were looking for transparency with regard to schools really understanding exactly how the resources were going to be allocated. We were all asking for equity, this notion that schools receive funding consistent with the needs of their specific schools. Flexibility was something else that was apparent as a trend theme. Schools receiving clearly outlined flexibilities on how to address those student needs in terms of staffing. Timelines, schools wanted to participate in the budget development process earlier, and we were able to do that this year. And schools also wanted to be able to hire staff earlier in the school year. I mentioned already having strategic alignment, making sure that we were aligned with what we said we are going to do to improve student outcomes. And lastly, stability. While this was not something that was identified through our engagement and feedback, it is something that we, as a leadership team, identified. Knowing that we were going to get at equity meant that some schools needed more resources than others, and so that would mean that other schools would then potentially get less resources that they've been used to. So we wanted to strike a balance between that and not significantly change the amount of resources and money going to a school over a year. So we have a transition built into this, this budget. Highlighting here for you what the school leaders identified as their greatest areas of need in terms of having flexibility. And this also correlated with our student outcome data. School leaders said to us that they needed additional supports to address the low performance of students, student absenteeism, the need of our English language learners, and our students with special needs. So we did design a budget to address those, and you'll see what that looks like shortly. This is just an overview of our timeline. I'll let you review that at your own leisure. So I'll stop here and let you kind of look at this for a minute. This is, all the work that we did to map out the funding implications and the alignment to our strategies and our priorities. It's important to remember that we can't address all of our priorities through funding alone. A lot of work, has to be done ahead of us to kind of be deliberate on how we use our limited resources. And so now we have a process and a budget in which administrators can understand exactly how the resources are going to be allocated. They're receiving the funding based on the need of their students and the schools. And there's clear alignment. And so this is a high level and actually a tangible way for all of us to see what our strategies are in alignment with our priorities, right, on the left, and what the impact actually is to our schools. And so, we will have, for the first time in our budget, sufficient teacher staff to allow for collaborative planning time. And, we're in the business of teaching and learning, and in order for our staff to get better, one of the best practices is for them to have time to learn from one another. So this budget allows for that. We also have to tend to the needs of our English learners, and we now will have an additional teacher for every 35 English learner students at the schools that have more than 15% of English learners. This is going to result in 6.5 additional TESOL teachers across the district to support our English learners. We've added additional funding for enrichment in our schools. This is something that we heard from parents and staff, that we have to have opportunities for students, in addition to their academic opportunities, to have enrichment. Counselors, we want to make sure that we continue to support our students with college and career readiness. So we now have one counselor per every 500 students in our middle schools. Not all of our middle schools had school counselors. They will now. This will result in an increase of 6.5 counselors district-wide. We are having student success centers at 2 additional sites. We just opened the first student success center at Hartford High recently, and we want to do the same thing both at Weaver and at Buckley. And this is an opportunity for students to get additional supports, connections to mentors, internships, and have a hub in the school in which they can also benefit from leadership development opportunities. One of our largest investments in this budget is in relation to our family and community engagement and partnerships, and we want to be proactive in building the partnerships with our families. And so we are reclassifying and redefining the family resource aides positions that we had in some of our schools. These will now become family support providers to help support our families with variety of needs that students may have. This will now be in all of our schools. Not all of our schools had a person that was designated to being the liaison between the school and the families. Another investment in the budget is with regard to the community school model. And as you know, a community school model is a model in which it allows for additional what we call wraparound supports, counseling of mental health, dental clinics, mentoring, extended day programming, and we are expanding that to 4 additional schools next year. 3 of those are at the high schools, and the model will have the Student Success Center at the high school level. We have additional, with regard to improving the culture and climate at our schools, additional behavior specialists in our schools. The chronic absenteeism challenges that we have are, urgent for us, and we want to make sure that we align supports. And so we have we're going to add 15 student engagement specialists in our schools, and their sole responsibility. We can't afford to have them in all of our schools, so we're starting with the 15 schools that have the highest rates of chronic absenteeism, and this position will focus on re-engaging our students and working directly with community-based organizations, our families, and the staff to re-engage our students that are chronically absent. And lastly, additions in terms of school social workers, and making sure that we have a ratio of 1 social worker per 250 students to support social and emotional needs. This is just a large overview of some of the major investments in our budget. Again, making sure that as we rolled out this formula, we considered making sure that we have the equity. Just a reminder to all of us, the difference between equality and equity. Equality is that everyone gets the same thing. Equity means that we're making sure that we provide the resources specifically that are necessary for every student. And so if there is a school that has a high concentration of need and chronic absenteeism, they're going to get additional supports. That's an example of equity. And balancing that with stability for schools. Again, we did not want to just completely remove all of the funding that schools had been receiving. The next slide just gives you an overview of what the starter budget is for each school now, and the allocation rule. And then at the bottom, there is just a high-level overview of the priorities and how that actually came to be in terms of the allocation. And you can see there that supplemental teachers for English learners, engagement specialists, 1 engagement specialist for every 125 students, and these are for the schools that have more than 25% chronic absenteeism. Supplemental funding for middle schools. You know that it is a strategy in our district model of excellence to have our standalone middle schools in each one of our zones throughout the city. So we had to identify how we were going to resource that strategy. And lastly, an additional $500 per pupil supplement for our magnet schools. So the funding is driven by these 4 characteristics there. The grade level, making sure that class size, class size vary depending on our bargaining agreements. So we have to make sure that we stay within those grade level allocations. Student needs, the schools, again, that had the highest chronic absenteeism challenges and the highest concentration in terms of English learners. School size, small schools gained a modest amount of support so that we can make sure that they're staffed accordingly. And as I mentioned, the magnet schools receive a modest supplement of $500 per pupil. This is just another way of showing the investments. And then we can go into what our funding trends and expenses and actually current deficit looks like.
So I'm on slide 14. So since 14 to 15, our funding's declined about 15 million, and a lot of that is in relationship to our decline in enrollment, as well as federal funding. And then on the state side, it's been a combination of one-time incubation grants for some of our magnet schools in the earlier years that are no longer prevalent as we move forward. But this will be our 10th year in a row that our state education cost sharing has been flat funded, depending on the governor's proposed budget. So this gives you a snapshot of just what 1 year looks like for us in terms of some of the funding challenges that we embarked upon. So in fiscal year 17-18, we were essentially underfunded by about $37.8 million. The $32 million in the state education cost sharing, that would assume we're fully funded. And again, hopefully over the next 10 years, that'll come to fruition. And then on the special education side, that's our education grant for some of the students with high needs, special needs. This is a comparison just of what our projected revenue looks like from this year to next year. The bottom line is we're essentially flat around $425 million. I think our peak was somewhere around $441 million. And then there's a couple pluses and minuses. The pluses and minuses are essentially just one-time items in this year and next year that offset each other. So in the education cost sharing, this year we did receive about $590,000 related to hurricane aid from the state, which we'll no longer receive next year. Then on the federal grant side, we received one-time school improvement grants for 5 of our schools this year. And those are usually 1 to potentially 2-year grants, but we only have those in our budget for 18 and 19. On the state side, we did put an estimate in for the governor's proposed additional ECS funding of $2.6 million. And then on the private grant donation side, we're anticipating some additional carryover, some small grants. And then this is a spot where we just receive revenue late in the year. So you'll constantly see some of this money roll over from year to year. But all in all, we're only about $44,000 difference on the top line. And then we thought we'd just give you a snapshot of our magnet school funding. So in our budget right now for the 18 magnet schools is funding of about $59.3 from our magnet operating grant and a little over $33 million from our general budget. And then we showed you our top 5 schools also receiving the most funding, but they're also our largest magnet schools. So on the expense side, if it clicks through here, I thought we've been keeping up with this over the last few years, but just show you a growing impact of some of the challenges we face. So over the last 5 years, we've mitigated about $117 million and 388 positions. This year, we started with a budget deficit of around $12 million. In a few slides, we're going to show you some of the positions where we're anticipating adding about 36 into schools and reducing 4 positions in central office. I'll take this one.
This is just an overview of where we were in November when we launched into the budget development process. As you can see there, we started with a $12 million deficit, and I list there the initial mitigation actions that we have executed thus far, starting with the elimination of the elementary and middle school athletics program. This is not a program that we had. This is something that we had identified initially as an add-on. And so we reduced that, reducing central office budgets by 1.5, including reductions of staffing at central office. 2 contracts that we eliminated The CCSN is the Connecticut Center for Children with Special Needs. This contract was a result of our work in response to the Office of the Child Advocate report, specifically around our special education programming. We have been in contract with the center for 2 years, and we've been able to build capacity in our own staff. The ERS, this is Education Resource Strategies. These are the consultants that have worked with us around our financial sustainability modeling, and so we eliminated those contracts for next year. Initially, we had eliminated the school crossing guard expense, weren't sure of that. Bargaining salary increases were lower than anticipated. When we started the budget process, we had only included we included both increases for the teachers' contract, and we also included potential increases for the administrators. As you know, the teachers' contract did get their increase as we had originally budgeted for, and the administrators have no increases. Reduction of speech and language costs, lower expenses projected for our MHIS budget. Additional revenue, potentially with regard to special revenue carryovers and new grant funding that we're identifying. Increased potential of ECS funding of 2.6. I know that went in as 3.2 in the mayor's budget. However, there is a difference there in terms of the money, as David explained, that was given to us as a one-time aid for our students that were displaced by hurricanes. And so there's a difference in that allotment. Increased Medicaid revenue, and then, of course, minimum wage increases and potential, as proposed in the governor's budget, for teachers' pension contribution. This is where we left off. As of April, as you can see there, we still had to mitigate further. However, when we look at adding the strategic educational investments, it takes our deficit back up. We want to make sure that we try to invest in enrichment opportunities, including the athletics program, and so we added that back in. The expansion of our community schools model, and the addition of the 2 student success centers, which would then bring our deficit to 3.1. That's where we landed in April. And then you see there the potential final mitigation, the 2.5 million, which is a potential general budget savings, which would require approval from you all, actually, with regard to a surplus that we have identified of 2.5 million. Removal or reduction of 3 special education positions that were included in the original budget proposal. These are non-compliance positions. These are positions that we had identified to help build capacity in our current special education staff. And removing an executive assistant position for one of our offices that has gone without one, and adding 3 student engagement specialists so that we can have the 15, one per every one of the schools that has that high chronic absenteeism rate, still leaving us at a $500,000 deficit. For a clearer look, the next 2 slides give you a clearer overview of the FTE changes. And this, how did I go back? Let's go back. Yeah, so this is the resource changes in terms of staffing. And I just wanted to break that. We thought it'd be helpful to break that up by bargaining units there. And as you can see, total addition of 32 positions throughout the district. And the staffing reductions that you see there with regard to teaching staff, those are all in alignment with enrollment, driven by enrollment at various, across schools. The appendix is just a reconciliation in case you wonder about the difference between the 3.2 that was in the mayor's proposed budget and the actual 2.6 million that we would get, and the reason why. So I will stop there and open for questions.
Did you get any advanced questions?
I did not.
Okay, all right. So we'll jump right in. I will kick us off. I have a few questions. So with, you know, where you ended with respect to the reconciliation between what the governor's proposed budget is that's reflected in the mayor's recommended budget to us that has essentially giving $2.6 million in additional dollars to the Board of Education, but he has made it clear that those additional dollars want to be targeted to the whole chronic absenteeism initiative. So I'm just curious to hear what the strategy is and how those funds would be used given the proposed budget as it is.
So that those specific funds would be earmarked towards our the student engagement specialist. You see at M, the HESP, so those are 15. And the specific, the majority of the time for the student engagement specialist will be to work with teachers, administration, and the families to re-engage students, and to also be the connector, the liaison to potential community-based resources that students or families may need that impact students' inability to be at school regularly. Additionally, support towards the community school model. We know that when we offer and provide wraparound supports, we know that that's an impact on getting students to be in school on a more regular basis as well. You know, the behavior specialists is another investment that we see directly correlated when we think about some of the reasons why students are not remaining in school, specifically at the higher grades. You know, we have to look at it holistically and identify how we can support students with their behavior, social, emotional, behavioral needs as well. And so it's a compilation of all of those positions.
So I'm curious to know, this is more just on the student achievement front, and you can kind of get me this information or what, but I'm just curious to know, you know, as you've gone through this whole district model of excellence, and thank you for kind of just the restructure and really kind of framing your new budget process that aligns with the district model of excellence, because that was kind of very helpful to see just from like a starter budget, like baseline, all schools are gonna have this level of resource. That was very, very helpful. But I'm just curious to know, you know, as you have this new model of District of Excellence, what are the student achievement targets that you're anticipating that will happen a 5-year period, and how do you measure that all along the way?
We still have our annual targets. Last year we saw 2% growth in terms of our students' proficiency, and an even higher rate when we look at our students' yearly target growth. And so among all of the Alliance districts, we were 8th out of over 20 districts in terms of the amount of growth that our students made. And so we know that there's incremental growth that we're making. So we measure it by our standardized tests, which are our Smart Balance assessments at the end of the year, and our SATs at the high school level. But we also measure it throughout the year with benchmark assessments. And those are quarterly assessments that are aligned to curriculum and standards. And so we have an opportunity to take, a shorter snapshot of our students' literacy, numeracy, and also for the lower grades, we measure their progress in terms of their reading ability through what we call the Fontes and Pinnell assessment. And so multiple data points that we're using, and we see that we are having incremental growth, certainly, last year, and we predict that as well for this year.
So, thank you. You mentioned in that kind of the curriculum, and so that leads me to my next question. Is curriculum centralized? Is there still the whole notion of like certain schools have autonomy over their curriculum or what have you? Because just in my own experience and talking to parents, there just always seems to be shifts throughout the school year in curriculum, and teachers are not prepared or trained or ready to actually give the students and educate them efficiently. So I'm just curious on like, how does that process work? Where does it start? Where does it end? Where does their directive come from? Who's controlling the curriculum? Is it the chief academic officer from central office? Is that, is pushing it down? Or do some schools have autonomy, some don't? I'm just curious because it just seems like a lot of shifting and changing throughout the school year.
So curriculum design and development and monitoring and implementation is something that is held at the district office now, but that is different than how that curriculum is delivered. So there are two things that we have to consider. One is the actual curriculum, right? The what is being taught, and so that is guided by standards, right? There are national standards in every content area. And we work not only with our leaders, but with our teachers. We have teachers that are part of the curriculum development, curriculum writing process, the assessments that are aligned to the curriculum. What there is autonomy in is in how some of the curriculum is implemented, right? Because some schools have a more student-centered approach to implementing some of that curriculum. What we have done this year is to make sure that in terms of literacy across our district, we are very intentional around two specific strategies, and that is, you've probably heard in the lower grades, what we call guided reading for literacy, and then close reading for 6th through 12th grade. And that was the intentional Council President, to make sure that there was one universal, systemic, and systematic approach to our instruction. So it doesn't matter what school a student is in as it relates to literacy, everyone is learning it in the same way. And that also facilitates the comment early, the comment that I made earlier around adults learning from and with each other. It is really hard for our staff to learn from and one another if you're teaching something in one way and then you're doing it in another way. And for us as central office, given our limited capacity, it's really hard for us to support teachers in schools when they have 50 different flavors, if you will. And so it is now very centralized.
And so my last question is around community schools model. So there's, we've had this model for some years now, being implemented in some schools, and so in your budget, you're gonna be expanding it to 4 schools. I'm just curious on what is the student achievement data and outcomes for the schools that have had this model that then kind of say, yes, this is a good model, we should expand it, and this is kind of the model, the best practice model. I'm just curious, is there, some clear distinctions and markers of student achievement that model is providing versus a school that doesn't have it?
I will tell you that regarding the achievement, that is data that we don't necessarily have. I know that a study was conducted. This is as I was coming into Hartford Public Schools by the Hartford Partnership for Student Success, which is the funding table, if you will, that supports the initial 7 schools. But it did not take into consideration standardized testing. What it did take into consideration was benchmark assessments, and we no longer use that type of assessment. And so right now we just started actually a new assessment with the Hartford Foundation. We've partnered with the foundation. The foundation is actually providing the resources. They've engaged collaboratively with us a consultant to do the research on exactly what you're asking about. What was, the impact on academic achievement? I will tell you that we did have our first meeting to frame out what type of data we should lift, and so my request was beyond in addition to the achievement data, right? I want to also look at other data points, social and emotional, climate survey, suspension, chronic absenteeism, all those other pieces that we know a community school model also supports and addresses. And so we don't have it yet, but we will, given that I wanted to know what the actual impact was, not only on achievement, but also on the partnership process. As you know, this model heavily depends on strategic partnerships between not only the parents, but the community-based organization and the school, the staff and the leaders. And we don't necessarily have data on what those best practices were. So more to come on that report.
Thank you. You keep leading me to my next question, so this is my final question. You mentioned school climate and culture surveys. So the district has been doing this for a while now, year over year. And so I'm just curious to see what the trends are year over year, particularly magnets versus neighborhood schools, and as far as participation, are 20%, 50% of parents responding to the survey, and then also what is the data saying in our neighborhood schools versus our magnet schools, and how does that correlate to student achievement? So if you have that, I would really love to see that. So I'll stop there. Any other questions?
I will get that to you when the surveys just closed recently, so we're in the process of having our researcher monitor everything.
Thank you.
Assess.
Dr. George?
I wonder if I can ask, in the course of, in the course of asking some students and parents that I see just in a medical setting, I often ask about how often they have health education and gym periods, and I find a sort of a wide variety. But what I have to say distresses me a little bit is some of them say they have no gym for a whole semester or even a whole year, and others, at most maybe once a week, and also health education. So on both of these, you can tell my concern, especially with children who are inactive or obese or inattentive. We all know professionally how important some physical activity is daily, actually. Do we have any hope of, returning to some of that old-style gym where they move around and exercise?
We do have PE teachers in all of our schools. That our students have PE every day? No, right? There's a rotation that students go through, and in the lower grades, as part of their rotation with music and art, and so there's a rotation there. At the higher grades, there are requirements, graduation requirements that the state puts out for students to have
But,
to.
here, but just to be concise, not to cut you off, I thought there were state requirements or our own standards in some cases to have gym 2 or 3 times a week during each and every semester. Is that incorrect?
Correct, but that doesn't mean every day.
What's that?
It's not every day that in some schools students have it. They have it multiple times a week, but not every day.
But is that true within each semester period, or are there some semesters totally without gym period?
There are schools that have, for example, music one quarter, PE the next quarter, art the next quarter, whereas other schools have a different rotation for students.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm a real advocate also of music education. I mean, everyone knows it trains minds.
Yes.
And so it pains me a little bit to see on one of the pages that there's a decrease in that. And so I guess I should ask again, what, if anything, can we do about that? And then to piggyback on that, while I'm getting it out, a lot of people miss having the old-style shop class where you learn how to use a wrench, a hammer, weld a little metal and so on. So many people value that no matter what track they're in. Is there any hope for restoration of that?
I'll answer first with regard to the music. So again, these reductions were driven by numbers, not that it means that students are not going to get music. And so we had a school that had, I don't know how many, 7 music teachers as part of their theme, but nonetheless, that was a lot for the new budget model. And so there was a reduction there. But that means still students are going to receive the music. So I just want to clarify that it's not that we're removing music from all schools. It's removing the amount of teachers. And then your question around what I think you're referencing to career technical education, maybe?
Well,
or shop.
Call it what, yeah, shop.
Yeah, so, that was a trade-off that years before was made at the district when the district moved to having theme-based academies. And when you move to a theme-based academy model, you miss out on offering, this comprehensive set of electives for our students. I know that there is an opportunity now at the state. They're exploring what career and technical education can look like so that it can align to industry needs, but we are not there yet. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for your commitment and service to Hartford. I have 2 questions. In the presentation, you mentioned that there's been a decline in enrollment. I was just wondering why that is.
So it's still a variety of reasons. The students that leave us to go to choice options, and students that also move right out of Hartford. We have all the projections that we're making, even in the work that we're doing now around our forecasting. We are using the assumption that we lose, what's the percentage? 2% a year for students.
Okay. And then the last question is, it's one that I've asked before with the previous superintendent, but I was just wondering, so you had mentioned that there's 4 community schools right now?
That we're adding.
That you're adding?
Yes.
And in total, how many are there?
So from 7 to 4, 7 plus 4, and then at the end of the process, where we would have gone to 17. And so from 7 to 17 is the ideal strategy. The difference for next year is so Weaver, Hartford High, Sand, and McDonough are the 4 that we are adding next year.
Okay. And then these community schools, these are sub-questions as part of the bigger question, but these community schools, presumably students would be able to walk to them?
To walk?
Yeah.
Yes.
Walking
So
distance.
community schools are neighborhood schools, primarily. There is one magnet school on year 3 of implementation, that we're targeting as a community school, and that's Batchelder. And the reason why, I mean, there's a rationale as to why that is. The way we have determined which schools, it is based on the index at the end of the school year. Every school is given an index by the State Department of Education based on a number of indicators. So we take that along with our student data as well and the community needs. And so we wanted to make sure that we weren't just limiting the model to neighborhood schools. And so if there is a magnet school that shows that, you know, there's a level of need, we're also going to apply the model. And so mostly neighborhood schools, but the data does show that Batchelder has a need as well.
Okay. And so the final question related all to this, one that I've asked previous superintendents were, has there been an intra-district analysis? We do, there's a lot that goes into transportation costs for students. And so has there been an intra-district analysis of potentially having more community schools to drive down the cost of the transportation costs?
So that would be a conversation that would also entail choice constituents, given that in order to add additional community/neighborhood schools, we would need to have the enrollment, right? And so right now, the enrollment, one of the drivers of the decrease in enrollment is magnets. Our own magnets and then other magnets, magnet operators as well. So we would have to have that conversation first, the chef choice conversation as to the larger ecosystem of schools. Because if we don't get to have that conversation and plan around that, we will have what we had, 2 years ago, which were a lot of neighborhood schools that were low enrolled, and then our students we weren't able to meet the needs, the high needs of our students, like we're able to do now with a budget. As you can see, in the last 2 years, there was a $25 million mitigation every year. This year is a $12 million mitigation with investments in the budget. So it's a significant difference what we're able to do more now that our schools, are enrolled.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
John?
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent.
Good evening.
Couple of questions. What's the total number of schools that we're going to be operating in the fall?
42 minus, including the ones that we're closing, 42.
And you said in your presentation that 18 schools are magnet schools. So if my math's correct, then does that mean there's 24 schools that are not magnet schools? How many of those 24 are elementary schools?
I'll have to count because we have K-8, we have K-5. All right, let's see, hold on. All magnet and non-magnet or just?
No, non-magnets. I want to know how many non-magnet elementary schools.
$17.
I'm sorry, say that again?
17.
17
Yeah.
elementary schools
K5, K8s.
that are non-magnet.
Correct.
So,
I'm including MLK there, although MLK is housed at Rawson now, but that's a middle school.
so I'm trying to understand, and I admit I get very confused with the different designations, because I thought community school was what I was looking for, but I don't think that's the case anymore. If I have a third grade student and I move into Hartford, what are my choices for going to schools? Is there a particular school, depending on the neighborhood I move into, that my child will have to go to until I can get into the lottery?
Yes.
Okay, and what are those schools?
So we have 4 zones. And so the priority goes to the neighborhood school that's in that zone.
4 zones?
We have 4 zones.
So there, but there are more than 4 elementary schools.
And in some zones, there might be 4 elementary schools. And so what we try to do is to have proximity based on the enrollment. If it's available, the student will go to that school in the zone, in the neighborhood.
Okay, and I'm sure this isn't the, I mean, I know it's true for my neighborhood, and I don't know what the situation is for the rest of the city, but I know that if you have a 3rd grade student and you want to buy a house in the west end of Hartford, you're going to send your kid to West Middle School, and you're going to have to wait a cycle to get into the lottery.
Sure.
And then you might get some other choice. And from my perspective and from what I hear from realtors and what I know from our assessor, this system is very much hurting our ability as a city to attract people to move here. People who get jobs in this area are not looking at Hartford because they're going to have to go, in my situation, they're going to have to send their kid to West Middle, which might be a great school, mind you, but they might really want to do a magnet, and nobody wants to hang around a year.
Or more.
Or more, because they don't even know. So, my sense is this is a tremendous problem for us. I understand, the other side of that equation has been the whole chef model and the magnet school model that has actually done a lot of good for a lot of people. And I break it down, and I think you've heard me say this before, I break it down as chef helped Hartford retain people who would otherwise have moved when their kids became school-aged because it gave them choices. But the other side of the equation, we are not attracting anybody, and it's hurting our housing prices, it's hurting our ability to grow. I'm just wondering if you can comment on that, if there's any thought as to how we're going to maybe rebalance this, if ever.
Yeah, so the strategy is to make our community schools, neighborhood schools, in our communities stronger. That's the first way. That's the first attempt. The other ecosystem, and I think this gets to what Councilwoman Bermudez was asking about, that's the larger, broader conversation. We in Hartford Public Schools had no choice but to work around what we can't control, which is the choice ecosystem in which we live. And we're still feeling like we're always behind the 8 ball, if you will, right? Because we know that we have a declining enrollment and we're projecting to continue to decline. So we're always going to be, inside that hamster wheel. The hamster wheel now feels that is slowed down a bit, but it's going to take us some time to get to, having robust neighborhood schools, which is why we have, for example, this community school model, to have these added supports that some of our families also look for: before school support, after school support, enrichment opportunities for our students. I hear you. I feel you. It's a challenge that I continue to struggle with.
Keep struggling.
Yeah, no. Join me in the struggle.
I am.
Because I think we're going to need to have a collective approach.
Yeah, absolutely. A regional collective approach, a statewide collective approach, potentially. Very specific question for you on Batchelder School. My understanding is that's now a Montessori
magnet.
A magnet, and I'm just wondering if you have any statistics as to how many of the children who are attending Batchelder actually come from the neighborhood around Batchelder.
I can certainly get that data for you. That was one of our very intentional moves to make sure that the majority of the pre-K seats that were allotted every year were for that neighborhood.
If you could send us that,
So I will definitely
greatly
do that.
appreciate it. Thank you.
We're done? Oh, okay, we're done. Thank you. Appreciate it and look forward to getting that additional information as well. But thank you for joining us here tonight. We look forward to continuing to partner as we go through this process and beyond. As Councilman Gale pointed out, I think we all, are in the struggle with you and want to be partners because, again, we can't have a strong Hartford and strong communities if we don't have strong schools. And we can't grow our cities and attract families if we don't have strong schools. So we are absolutely partners in that work and understand how vital it is to our economic vitality. So again, thank you for your work and leadership, and thank you to the team, and thank you for coming out. I know it's late, and so we apologize for the delay, but I think we got through it, so thank you.
On behalf of our board and our staff and our students and families, thank you for the partnership.
Thank you. So this concludes our hearing for tonight. We have our last and final one tomorrow, Thursday, May 9th at 5 p.m. Again, here in City Council chambers at City Hall, and departments up tomorrow: Corporation Counsel, City Treasurer, Town and City Clerk, Registrar of Voters, Mayor's Office, Community Engagement, Communications 311, and the Chief Operating Officer. So it can be a long evening tomorrow. So thank you. Good night.